Blast off. Hey, T-Steppers, what it do? What it do? Come on in. Come in the house. Hey, Naturally New Orleans. Let me scroll to the top. Hey, hey, hey. Ooh, who been here long? And hey, Aunt Esther. And remember, I used to sing my hey, 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 hey. This is Auntie P about them facts, 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 facts. Tea sipping facts. Hey. Who remember that? Hey, Monty. Hey, Joe Mill. Yeah, Auntie Fee used to do her own little intro. Woo, baby, them was the days. But I was doing uploads then. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Y'all come on in. Come on in. You know, somebody done tipped on the back end. We like, Auntie Fee, yeah, I'm finna shut it down. But I do have a live set up later on tonight. I think, I should have tagged it. Yeah, I need to tag it with my backup channel. I need to tag that. Hey, y'all, come on in. Come on in. We need to decide if King Charles, the king in the house. I said the king in the house. King is in the house. He talking about unity? Since Trump is crazy on something, and we ain't gonna say what he on. Oh, is it only gonna? Hold on. Is it only video from other channel? Oh, dog, because I don't have it. Okay, so hey, so was he shooting slugs? Cause yeah, I think he was shooting slugs on the cool, talking about unity. So we need to, yeah, and since Trump can't talk with some sense, you know what I'm saying? He ain't got no sense. You know, a whole king had to come over here since they're talking about no kings. That we want to hear this king. He a real king. You know, he a real king in the UK. You that ain't who you are. You understand? But he's still talking about unities because he's saying you ain't got no sense. So somebody got to come over here from UK, from the whole U in the K, to talk like they got some sense up in here. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in here, up in here. So we gonna determine if, and do some editing. Yeah. If we gonna, no, I do show public. If he had to come over here to make some sense of all of this foolishness that's going on with Trump, I mean, because what was the purpose of him being here? Huh? What was the purpose of him being here? Just to speak unity? Because ain't nobody taking Trump serious, and don't nobody want to do business with us because of Trump. Is that what's going on? I mean, what's the, huh? And then Trump always leaning over trying to act like he's somebody friend, like they cool like that. He's saying foolishness. You got my brother in trouble. You got my brother in trouble. Trouble he was not in before fooling with you. I'm trying to understand why it won't let me tag this other one that's coming up tonight over here. But yeah, I don't know how to handle y'all over here since they doing that demonetization, this mass demonetization. And I need for everybody in the bushes who think it's hee ha ha, you know, they pulling a stunt. I just need for everybody to understand they are pulling a stunt. They acting like they are with the animation, the AI, and then they turn around and the AI that's set up is demonetizing because it's AI. So which one is it? And then there is no live person. I remember about 2 months ago, I was talking about AI. We need to be mindful of it. I didn't want to fool with it. I didn't understand it and all of that type of stuff. And I said that AI is coming while everybody is happy with it, using it. AI is coming to take our job. And there was somebody in the comment section that said, AI not gonna take ain't taking nobody's job. Y'all, and does anybody remember that? And then I went over to that Google or whatever that, and I Googled it and I said, is AI gonna take our job? Our jobs. So by the layoffs and stuff, you will be replaced. So I don't understand how people are okay with all of this other stuff, this detention, ICE, the military, what's it? I mean, and I have to say, before Trump, I wanted some, what is it? The guards, the National Guards to head to Memphis because everything that was going on with Memphis. But once Trump came in with his stuff, I was like, nah, this ain't what I was looking for, you know. And so all these people who are down with it, with all of this extra force, push the immigrants out. I don't know what y'all think in their mind. These. I don't even know if I could say the PW, Peck, Wood, put an S on it. Think of black people. Why black people is so far immigrants and foreigners. It's just a matter of time before they start calling people of color immigrants. And then all of y'all who say yes, yes, yes. Who do you think is next? This is what blows my mind. This is what blows my mind. I'm gonna get to Charles. Oh, I gotta call him president. King. Okay, I'm gonna get to King Charles. I don't know what y'all think this is all about. Y'all still kind of got the mindset like the U.S. is operating on regular terms and conditions, as if oh, y'all remember that? I tried to tell people, but they didn't want to listen, and they still don't want to listen. They still think I'm on some auntie feet, on some kooky shit. Okay. Y'all asses gonna be running over here trying to hear this kooky shit in about less than a year. Cause it's about to go down. I just need for y'all to understand that. I need for y'all to pay attention with your good ear. Where's that other? Yeah. So I don't know who y'all think is gonna be next. I kind of stamped some. I can't get my tablet because this juice over here is is low. Y'all better think natural in Orleans. I just want y'all to know. Y'all better thank her, honey. Because I think about going live. And then I go to try to make back screens and thumbnails and all that type of stuff. And I be like, I ain't finna fool with these people who act like they don't know how to hit the like button or send a cash app. I'm just not, baby. I got other things I can be doing. Instead of entertaining people who don't want to hit the like button. Y'all better think naturally Norlands, baby, because she have a mean little pitch for Auntie Fee when she be tripping. Auntie Fee, yeah. I'm honest. I'm straight up, straightforward. But I want y'all to hear something, especially the ones who think it's just all about the immigrants. They can't classify us as immigrants whenever Dodo Donnie decide he wants to play that game. I need to change the background. I need to tilt my head, and so y'all could look at me in my eyes when when I say that. It's just a matter of time when he decide he want to play with the darker shades of the 50 Shades of Brown. He already tried on the cool to play that stunt with the Haitians. And hell, when they start going back into Kunta Kinte, you know, and they start going back where y'all came over here, yeah, y'all could have went back once slavery was over, but you didn't. You know, any little thing. Although he is immigrant, big immigrant. He immigrant 2 times. Forget finesse. He immigrant 2 times. Yeah. But it don't mean that for him. I don't know what y'all gonna do when he start playing with you and yours and have your ass sitting, and then y'all gonna have to remember how you used to feel when it was just the ones you thought that was from Medico. I guess. I don't know what folk trip be. But hold on. I'm trying to get to this thing I want y'all to hear before I chime in there, because some of these people be really tripping. Hold on. Forbidden to talk about. Where did I put it? Because he not on your side. I don't know why y'all be tripping. I don't know why y'all be tripping like he your friend. Dang it. I can't remember where. Because they had a whole little pitch about. There you go. I want y'all to hear this with y'all good ear.
It's with a heavy heart that I'm announcing that.
No, that's not it.
Conspiracy.
But that is a conspiracy. But that ain't the one I'm talking about. I'm talking about who he classifies, who they classify as. I'm gonna let them hear it. Baby, cause guess what? I know I sent it. It ain't just black folk. It ain't just black folk. Where is it? What they have planned for a depopulation is black and Caucasians. I said, woo, wee, baby. baby, they got a bigger plan. Is this it? No, man. Mm-mm. It's Caucasians they want to depopulate and blacks. All they want is something in China. And then I hear how they linked up with China on the cool in our face. The doctor just revealed the dirty secret. Where is it?
Wait, what did he just say?
I know a lot about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on it for the past.
Can y'all hear him? Why did it just cut out? And we know that's his voice. Oh man, I ain't plug up none of this stuff. And I say ain't none of it been plugged up. I do mean ain't none of it been plugged up. Yeah, I need for y'all to hear it though, cause y'all gonna think Auntie Fee just tripping. That was JFK Jr. who brother was assassinated by the same people who he in bed with. Now, did he know when he got in bed with them who they really were? I don't know. But they depopulation was not just foreigners or whatever, however they want to classify it. And oh yeah, so I was just looking for that. This too. Oh girl, why they going back after Comey, the daddy? She just got a judge gave her clearance that she could sue Trump them for firing her. Cause see, when they fired her, yeah, I wasn't gonna go live. Yeah, so no thanks. I don't want to open it. So when they fired her, they thought they was getting away. How can I get it with murder? Cause see, she know all the secrets in the files, in the Epstein files. Diddy. Cause Florida, I said once, I said again, Florida have not prosecuted Diddy now. So everybody was wondering where the kids at and all that other stuff. It's in Florida. You know, it's a whole bunch of reasons why they don't want them Epstein files. Florida really ain't been hit. And so that means there's going to be another one, another case that has to come forward. And she got all the details. So now the judge have cleared her to be able to sue the Trump administration. Why they bringing up more charges on the daddy? It says Maureen Comey has been one of the most highly regarded trial lawyers in Southern District of New York when she was fired last year. What's the subtitle? Judge says Maureen Comey can sue the Trump administration for firing her. Ms. Comey, the former federal prosecutor who handled cases against Jeffrey Epstein and Sean Combs. They connected, baby. I told y'all that. But anyway, let me see if I can let y'all hear before we go off into that, why everybody be jumping on. We not immigrants, so this don't apply to us. And a lot of these people don't even believe in Jesus Christ, so it just blows my mind. Like, who you think you protected? Who gonna protect you and you don't even believe in him? Child, please. People better stop playing with God. Yeah, you better stop playing with him. Hold on. Let me get to, I'm trying to use another device. Heck, it ain't got no juice either, but at least it will allow me to let y'all hear what RFK Jr. saying they initial goal was and who it was for. Okay. And then I'll get on to the king. To the king. The real king. Let me get to it. They playing games all the way around the table. All the way around the table. Which one was it? Let's cut it up. Oh, man, I got my earpiece. Hold on, y'all. Now, let me. This is just giving me a hard time. Now, if I didn't want y'all to hear it, it would play up a storm. Let's go. Now, why I don't have no volume? Oh, up here.
Caucasians and black people. The people who are close to me are Ashkenazi Jews. And
Hold on. Can y'all hear him? Let me know. I'm all over here. Hey, everybody that came in. I'm all over here. Can y'all hear him? I'm on this other little phone and it don't get big like I wanted it. Oh, I want to be able to see it where I can.
Chinese.
And
Wait,
and who Chinese?
what did he just say?
Well, I know a lot now about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on it for the past 2.5 years. And you know, the technology.
Do y'all know who he is?
We have put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes. The Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are close to me are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese.
Wait, what did he just say?
What did he just say?
I know a lot now about bioweapons because I've been
Bioweapons.
for the past 2.5 years. And you know, the technology that we now have to develop these microbes, we've put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes. The Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are close to me are Ashkenazi Jews. And
Chinese. Now, I remember when COVID first came
What did
out.
he just
I remember thinking he brought that over from China. I hope y'all, hey Cynthia, I hope y'all could hear him. Cause I remember saying, that Chinese, I played with his name and I said he patted him, he shook his hand, he did something, he sent that virus right on back over to the US by way of Trump. I remember thinking that China was a part of. That's what I was saying. Now to hear that it didn't target the Jews or the Chinese. So
No, she doesn't own any casino.
the fake Jew lady. I mean the fake Jews. Okay, so hold on, y'all. I'm gonna get back. Okay, so remember that because I'm gonna want y'all to hear this. How deep do I need to put it on the big screen? No, I'm gonna leave it here. How deep this lady is involved. Now y'all do remember her because she's the one that gave Trump $100 million. He loved her. He loved her. See, here go Israel.
Owns in America, right? Do you know where she owns casinos? She's Israeli. She made her wealth in Las Vegas. She still owns some stake in the Las Vegas Sands Corporation, which runs a couple casinos, but that's not where her money is now. That's not where her billions are generated. They're generated in Macau and Singapore, which are
China.
both under the auspices of the Chinese Communist Party. So why is it that one of Trump's top advisors, a woman who seems glued to his side, her ridiculous face is constantly popping up, smiling like an idiot, with her hair going everywhere, you know, being congratulated by Trump for being such an Israeli patriot, her billions, her entire wealth is in the control of the Communist Party of China, who could come in at any moment, and you know they're not shy about it. China, unlike America, will just throw a billionaire's ass in prison. If a billionaire misbehaves according to the Chinese Communist Party, that company's theirs now, and he's in jail. And somebody else is put at the head. That's exactly what they would do to Miriam Adelson if she didn't play ball with them. I don't
If
know
she
what
didn't
exactly
play
she
ball
does to
with
play ball
them?
with them. But if China is Trump's biggest enemy, why would they allow Trump's biggest contributor to fund Trump off of money she makes in casinos that they control? You know she doesn't own any casinos in America, right? Do you know where she owns casinos?
Can we make it make sense? This is why we got to be careful what we say. Because the minute you don't think that it can involve you or affect you, it's a minute too late that you will recognize that even though you still hung up on the Constitution of the United States, your ass been played too. So what you was wishing upon them may very well affect you. Stay tuned. Let's check this out, y'all. Let's hear this. Oh, let me cut it off.
After last night's attack, questions are mounting over security protocols at the White
No, this ain't what I want. I guess I must have moved. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know what that's about.
My friends laughed at me for buying this, and now they ask me where I got this. So I almost made the dumbest mistake of.
Welcome to Local 10 News at 10. I'm JC.
What in the world?
questions are mounting.
Did I reboot or something? Journalists in room there. I'll get to you next.
Joint session of the United States Congress.
I'll get to you next. I'll get to you. Here it is. Let's go. Let's start when they met up. Y'all ready to go? Are y'all ready to go? Let's go. He all happy like, oh, this is my best friend. He always lean over and talking like they just the best of friends. So they arrived like they was friend to Trump, and it was gonna be kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. Come by here, my lord, come by here. You know, all of that. Hold on, let's get to the speech. And then we gonna get to the commentary from the folk. Because, you know, he can't ever seem to get that egg off his face, can he? Ooh, that egg, baby, that egg. The plane, the plane. Mm-hmm.
Your anus
Oh,
is my obsession.
yeah, what? Oh, let me hurry up and get off of
Mr.
that.
Speaker, Their Majesties King Charles III and Queen Camilla.
Fake and phony. Fake and phony. Hey, Be Rich. Fake and phony. I mean, he looking around, ain't he? He taking it all in. Brenda, what you mean subscribe, no pay? What you mean?
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Majesty Charles III.
William is about to become the king. Auntie Fee soon. 47 can't talk to William because it's too much.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, representatives of the American people across all states, territories, cities, and communities. I would like, if I may, to take this opportunity to express my particular gratitude to you all for the great honor of addressing this joint meeting of Congress, and on behalf of the Queen and myself, to thank the American people for welcoming us to the United States to mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence. And for all of that time, for all of that time, our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty, in times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community and whose impact is felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries. We meet too in the aftermath of the incident not far from this great building that sought to harm the leadership of your nation and to foment wider fear and discord. Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed.
Let's open this beautiful box from Lev Ha'olam, from Psalms.
Whatever our differences, whatever disagreements we may have, we stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy, to protect all our people from harm, and to salute the courage of those who daily risk their lives in the service of our countries.
I didn't think she was his wife.
It is hard not to feel the weight of history on my shoulder, because the modern relationship between our two nations and our own peoples spans not merely 250 years, but over 4 centuries. It is extraordinary to think that I am the 19th in our line of sovereigns to study with daily attention the affairs of America. So I come here today with the highest respect for the United States Congress, this citadel of democracy created to represent the voice of all American people to advance sacred rights and freedoms. Speaking in this renowned chamber of debate and deliberation, I cannot help but think of my late mother, Queen Elizabeth, who in 1991 was also afforded this signal honor and similarly spoke under the watchful eye of the life of American people to advance sacred rights and freedoms. Speaking in this renowned chamber of debate and deliberation, I cannot help but think of my late mother, Queen Elizabeth, who in 1991 was also afforded this signal honor and similarly spoke under the watchful eye of the Statue of Freedom above us.
Freedom!
Today I am here on this great occasion in the life of our nations to express the highest regard and friendship of the British people to the people of the United States. Now, as you may know, when I address my own Parliament at Westminster, we still follow an age-old tradition and take a Member of Parliament hostage, holding him or her at Buckingham Palace until I am safely returned. These days, we look after our guests rather well, to the point that they often do not want to leave. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if there were any volunteers for that role here today. As I look back across the centuries, Mr. Speaker, there emerge certain patterns, certain self-evident truths from which we can learn and draw mutual strength. With the spirit of 1776 in our minds, we can perhaps agree that we do not always agree, at least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation, was at once a fundamental disagreement between us, and at the same time a shared democratic value which you inherited from us. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not just for the benefit of our peoples, but of all peoples. This, I believe, is the special ingredient in our relationship. As President Trump himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn, the bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable. Mr. Speaker, this is by no means my first visit to Washington, D.C., the capital of this great republic. It is, in fact, my 20th visit to the United States and my first as King and head of the Commonwealth. This is a city which symbolizes a period in our shared history, or what Charles Dickens might have called a tale of two Georges. First President George Washington and my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III. King George, as you know, never set foot in America, and please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action. The founding fathers were bold and imaginative rebels with a cause. 200 250 years ago, or as we say in the United Kingdom, just the other day, they declared independence. By balancing contending forces and drawing strength into diversity, they united 13 disparate colonies to forge a nation on the revolutionary idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They carried with them and carried forward the great inheritance of the British Enlightenment, as well as the ideals which had an even deeper history in English common law and Magna Carta. These roots run deep, and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689 was not only the foundation of our constitutional monarchy, but also provided the source of so many of the principles reiterated, often verbatim, in the American Bill of Rights of 1791. And those roots go even further back in history. The US Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
Are y'all paying attention? When they clap and stand.
This is the reason why there stands a stone by the River Thames at Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215. This stone records that an acre of that ancient and historic site was given to the United States of America by the people of the United Kingdom to symbolize our shared resolve in support of liberty, and in memory of President John F. Kennedy.
Whoop!
Distinguished members of the 119th Congress,
the same JFK that they took out.
In these very halls,
y'all hit the like button.
This spirit of liberty and the promise of America's founders is present in every session and every vote cast.
Oh, yeah. Is he shooting slugs? Let me back up. Hey, the kickback.
These roots run deep, and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689
Hold up, 16.
was not only...
He throwing slugs. Is he telling them how they wrong?
And please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Is he throwing shades? Hey, Maria.
Bold and imaginative rebels with a cause.
Hey, Janet, Monty. Hey, everybody I missed. Is he, Brenda, did you define subscribe, no pay? What the,
as
pay
we say
no?
In the United Kingdom just the other day.
Hey, Miss Toms, shots fired. I had to back it up. Let's go.
Contending forces and drawing strength into diversity, they united 13 disparate colonies to forge a nation on the
we have nothing in common but language.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Ooh.
They carried with them and carried forward the great...
In other words, just in case you forgot what this is all about, sir, while you over here playing these games, starting these wars, the division, just in case you forgot, you know, if you take your medicine out, I don't know, but just in case, since you have a hard time connecting the dots, And you don't pull my brother, you and that other clown over there, into a whole bunch of bullcrap where he got denounced, removed from title. Yeah. Pursuit of happiness. Yeah. Let's go.
In the United Kingdom just the other day. They declared independence by balancing contending forces and drawing
Kiss where the
strength
sun
from
don't
their
shine.
diversity. They united 13 disparate colonies to forge a nation on the revolutionary idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
That's right.
They carried with them and carried forward the great inheritance of the British Enlightenment, as well as the ideals which had an even deeper history in English common law and Magna Carta. These roots run deep, and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689 was not only the foundation of our constitutional monarchy, but also provided the source of so many of the principles reiterated, often verbatim, in the American Bill of Rights of 1791. And those roots go even further back in history. The US Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
Look at them. Y'all see how they looking at him? Did y'all catch how they was looking? Wait a minute. Military, dignitaries, colonels, lieutenants, sergeant at arms. Judge, is he talking to you? You're not happy to hear the words that are coming out his mouth. I wonder why, huh? I wonder why. Why are y'all all sitting up here as if he have insulted your purpose and your plan? You don't want to hear that shit. You don't either. I have something else in store, and here you come with this bullshit. I thought you was on our side. You want me to judge correctly. You don't want me to do no sideshow judgmentship. He want us to go according to the rules and the regulations that we joined together. Y'all got this shit from us. So somewhere out of the ordinary, y'all decide y'all want to do your own thing. Y'all listening to the wrong leader. So now we gotta have the king, the real king, king. Woo, baby, that church came out, didn't it? The king, the real king, to set y'all asses straight. Y'all think y'all slick. And if I have to come and testify on behalf of the United States of America, please be advised that's exactly what I'm going to do. So you can sit here if you want to, looking all stone-faced, cause somebody done brought y'all asses to the floor and putting it in your face. They ain't happy. They ain't happy. Let the church say amen. They ain't happy. Ooh, baby, what's that? Oh, I don't know what you come to do. I don't know what you come to do. I came to tell the truth, the truth. I come to tell the truth. And the truth gonna set you free. Let's go.
At least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789.
Look at him!
Not least the foundation of the principle.
When he said that, the cases that the judge did, baby, auntie feet. Y'all gotta see, baby, if body language was a verbal language, he would have said, get the fuck up out of here. Y'all got your eyes on the judge. Baby, was they not expecting this? What was they expecting? Huh? What? In the world? Okay, y'all ready? Are y'all ready to see the judge's body language? He's saying, who in the world? You, boy, you know how much money I got on the line to throw some of this shit? Let's go. Y'all ready? I reserved King Charles, a reserved King Charles, not the badassery. Baby, King Charles said, out. Just in case you don't forgot, Magna Cartelli, not Magna Cum Laude. Okay, y'all ready? Let's go.
Is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789. Not least as the foundation of the principle.
Yo, what was that? What was that body language? The judge said he just, baby, and then he did just not shenanigans. The king, like, like, I ain't trying to hear this. This ain't what I came here for. Right here, he was engaged, baby. But something in that number of cases ran his body hot. Let's go. Woo, get off of it. Okay, I'm on it. Okay, let's go.
Is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
Baby. Checks and balances. Got a standing ovation. Huh? Checks and balances. Not on one person's accord. He ain't running shit. He ain't about shit. And y'all done sit up here and let this man think that he bigger than the law allows. Ooh, come on, King. Come on with it, baby. Come on.
This is the reason why there stands a stone by the River Thames at Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215. This stone records that an acre of that ancient and historic site was given to the United States of America by the people of the United Kingdom to symbolize our shared resolve in support of liberty.
So we put y'all up on this pedestal. We gave this to you. Yeah, we, the mound. Yeah, we gave it to you because we thought y'all were going to have some sense and some order and some dignity. Ooh, let's go, King. Okay, King. He the real king, y'all. Ooh, let's go.
Where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215.
Very impressed. The judge is saying, you messing my money. You messing my money up.
Why there stands a stone by the River Thames at Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215. This stone records that an acre of that ancient and historic site was given to the United States of America by the people of the United Kingdom to symbolize our shared resolve in support of liberty and in memory of President John F. Kennedy. Distinguished members of the 119th Congress, it is here in these very halls that this spirit of liberty and the promise of America's founders is present in every session and every vote cast, not by the will of one, but by the deliberation of many, representing the living mosaic of the United States. In both of our countries, it is the very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today. And
the victims.
Speaker, for many
is he talking about the victims in the U.S. and the U.K. by the Epsteins? Possibly. Let's go.
Tragically exist in both our societies today, and the sake of the United States. In both of our countries, it is the very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free society.
Is he spanking? Is he spanking the diaper? And his brother? Is the king spanking the rump of Humpty Donald Trump? And his brother too. Hey, got it, Pat. Is, here I go, soprano, is the king whooping ass today. Hey, Pat Rogers, the king is the king. Y'all come on in, hit the like button. I hate to be tickled and shut it down. Huh? Is the king, the real king of UK, spanking his brother's eyes and Trump's too? Huh? Is that what he's saying, or am I misinterpreting that? Y'all, can somebody help me? Because I'm telling you, that's what I'm getting. Ooh, wee. All of y'all who, ooh, wee. I don't know what y'all thought the king was coming to do. He said, I'm coming to tell the truth. I come to pull y'all coattail. I come to let y'all know, and my brother, that y'all done lost y'all mind. Y'all been running this inside this elite or organized crime for far too long. And now you got my brother wrapped into it. And now y'all don't want to pursuit of justice. Y'all don't want the victims to get they victory. They in court. Y'all want to continue to sweep this shit up under the rug. If I'm going to put my brother out, then y'all need to put Trump out too. Ooh, Lord. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I'm perfect. I don't think I have all the answers. But so far, that's what I'm getting from what the real king is saying. We gave y'all this rock. We gave y'all this land. We gave you, yeah, but not the way y'all playing. Y'all ain't God. What's going on? Some of y'all guidelines and y'all got from us. And y'all misrepresented. Huh? What we doing? How we, We cool now, but after I finish, we may not be. Ooh, what are y'all getting from this? That's what I'm getting, baby. I'm sorry.
To support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today.
Now, is that not for Trump and his brother and whoever else is involved?
Collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today.
My.
And, Mr. Speaker, for many
that was the last, y'all.
And for myself,
that was a spank.
The Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily.
Who did he say to anchor it? Oh, my God, today. Who is the anchor? Hey, Timothy. The Christian faith. Did he say that? Did I hear that right or wrong? Am I hearing things? Did he say that's the anchor in which it should be? Oh, my God, today. Let's go.
And, Mr. Speaker, for many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally.
Dallas, sit down. Stop playing in God's face. Yeah, you got to, that's what do you line it up? In my everyday, you know, people was raised different, people live different, people have different values, some beliefs. What are you lining it up? You know, who, yes, yeah. Who is your anchor? Where is your right and wrong? Where do you get it from? You can't get it from, that's how I was raised, because how you was raised may be wrong. What do you line it up? Who do you fear? Who are you, what's that word that everybody's scared of? Who are you submissive to that's higher than you? Huh? Where is your measure of faith come from? What? God. Gotta be God. Gotta be. You got, huh? What? Hello? Absolute. We are all at the food. We all, yeah. We would all line it up to how we feel that day. How we feel today may change tomorrow. We gonna line. No, you gotta have somebody higher than you that you are submissive unto. And here a king has come to remind, and they standing up like they are in agreement, but acting like you dancing and serving the devil. He says, Speaker. Yeah, he called their asses out, didn't he? He called them out. You gotta have someone higher than you to be an anchor for right and wrong, for integrity, morals, principles. And it ain't starting with your mama and daddy. Because majority of them were not balanced and didn't believe and didn't. I don't want to go there. And my mama and daddy included. So you got to line it up with God in his word, whether you believe it or not. You know good and dang well you didn't create yourself. But let the king tell y'all again, baby, because he preaching to me and he calling them out. And thank you, Lord. He included his country, his brother. There's no respect of person. Whether we want to believe him or not, the rules apply to all of us equally. It's up to you what you do to it. It's up to you what you accept. Yeah, it's up to you. It's up to you. But the rules, the guidelines, the commandments don't change. It don't ride in the middle. It don't ride on the line. Yeah. It ain't all in, well, no. It's either you accept or you don't. You can't ride in the middle with God and his word. You playing yourself. Because when you ride the middle, you choose the opposite of God, whether you want to or not. Yeah, whether you think you slick or not. That's that folk always think they can hustle. Yeah, they hustle so good that you think you can out-hustle God. Oh, okay. I've been there, done that, baby. Yeah. Been there, done that. That ain't gonna work out for you. He said you have to choose. He didn't say stay in the middle. 1 foot on one side. No. You're going to accept my grace and mercy for you. You're going to accept the fact that I sent my only begotten son. Yeah. To die for you. Ain't nothing you can do to make you clean. Yeah, you're gonna accept my will, my way. You're gonna humble yourself before God. Yeah, yeah. Ain't nobody exempt. Ain't nobody exempt. I just want us to be clear. God's word is true. It may not make sense to us always. We may not even understand it always, but I suggest to you, yeah, since you want to straddle the fence, if the devil fear God, you better fear him too. Amen. That's all I'm going to say right now. Let's go.
To support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist and free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today. And, Mr. Speaker, for many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally,
Leads us, guides us every day. Send your anointing, Father, I pray. Order your steps.
that guides us not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my life to interfaith relationships and greater
He better choose tonight.
It is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness, which I have found confirmed countless.
Light over darkness. Baby, is the king not preaching? What? King Charles. You preaching. You came to preach a word. Wow. Let's go. Naturally, Knowledge. Thank you, Precious. I wasn't going to fool with it. Thank you, Precious. This man is preaching a word. Huh? Let's go.
Standing. It is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness, which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it, I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow in their understanding of each other, its relationships.
Y'all, please double tap the face of your phones or hit those three dots at the top. Now, I'm sure some people may not want to hear the truth, but the truth gonna set you free. And I'm gonna need for you to double tap the face of your phone or hit those three dots at the top. This time I'm gonna say, don't leave. I want you to hear the truth. Coming from a real king. Let's go.
That guides us not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my life to interfaith relationships and greater understanding, it is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness, which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it, I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow understanding of each other.
Absolutely, Mr. Tom. He is in I don't give a I don't give a I'm gonna tell y'all the truth, and the truth gonna set you free.
It is why, which is my hope, my prayer, that in these turbulent times, working together and with our international partners, we can stem the beating of plowshares into swords. I am mindful that we are still in the season of Easter, the season that most strengthens my hope. It is why I believe with all my heart that the essence of our two nations is a generosity of spirit and a duty to foster compassion, to promote peace, mutual understanding, and to value all people of all faiths and of none.
No, I don't think he's gonna call him low IQ. Let's see if he handled him the way he handled the Pope, baby. All his help is gone.
The alliance that our two nations have built over the centuries, and for which we are profoundly grateful to the American people, is truly unique. And that alliance is part of what Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's soaring vision of an Atlantic partnership based on twin pillars, Europe and America. That partnership, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been. The first reigning British sovereign to set foot in America was my grandfather, King George VI. He visited in 1939 with my beloved grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. The forces of fascism in Europe were on the march, and sometime before the United States had joined us in the defense of freedom, our shared values prevailed. Today, we find ourselves in a new era, but those values remain. It is an era that is in many ways more volatile and more dangerous than the world to which my late mother spoke in this chamber in 1991. The challenges we face are too great for any one nation to bear alone. But in this unpredictable environment, our alliance cannot rest on past achievements or assume that foundational principles simply endure. As my Prime Minister said last month, ours is an indispensable partnership. We must not disregard everything that has sustained us for the last 80 years. Instead, we must build on it. Renewal.
Build.
Renewal today starts with security. The United Kingdom recognizes that the threats we face demand a transformation in British defense. That is why our country, in order to be fit for the future, has committed to the biggest sustained increase in defense spending since the Cold War, during part of which, over 50 years ago, I served with immense pride in the Royal Navy, following in the naval footsteps of my father, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, my grandfather, King George VI, my great-uncle, Lord Mountbatten, and my great-grandfather, King George V. This year, of course, also marks the 25th anniversary of 9/11. This atrocity was a defining moment for America, and your pain and shock were felt around the whole world. During my visit to New York, my wife and I will again pay our respects to the victims, the families, and the bravery shown in the face of terrible loss. We stood with you then, and we stand with you now in solemn remembrance of a day that shall never be forgotten. In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people.
Take your bra off and
Ooh,
switch to
y'all,
this
can y'all
one
get y'all to
now.
hit the like button?
This bra lifts your bust like no other.
It is needed in order to, for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder, through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people.
Hi, Satoya.
It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace. From the depths of the Atlantic to the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic, the commitment and expertise of the United States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO, pledged to each other's defense, protecting our citizens and interests, keeping North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries. Our defense, intelligence, and security ties are hardwired together through relationships measured not in years, but in decades. Today, thousands of US service personnel, defense officials and their families are stationed in the United Kingdom, as British personnel serve with equal pride across 30 American states.
Like a true leader, I agree, Sparkle.
F-35s together, and we have agreed the most ambitious submarine program in history, AUKUS.
What is the judge down here protesting? What is up with this little judge, man? Every time he can't even stand. Man, uncross your legs. Let me show you this little old man over here keeping up habit.
F-35s together, and we have agreed the most ambitious submarine program in history.
To the military. So they clapping and standing. Little man, a power stop. I'm trying. Yeah, you see him over here. Let me drop this. Little man. Little judge. Little judge. Yeah. Yeah. Because they not smiling. Military ain't on it. You can't even feed our servicemen and women. Shut up and clap and get your ass up.
And we are doing it in partnership with Australia, a country of which I'm also immensely proud to serve as sovereign. We do not embark on these remarkable endeavors together out of sentiment. We do so because they build greater shared resilience for the future, so making our citizens safer for generations to come. Our common ideals were not only crucial for liberty and equality, they are also the foundation of our shared prosperity. The rule of law, the certainty of stable and accessible rules, an independent judiciary resolving disputes and delivering impartial justice. These features created the conditions for centuries of unmatched economic growth in our two countries. This is why our governments are concluding new economic and technology agreements to write the next chapter of our joint prosperity and ensure that British and American ingenuity continues to lead the world.
Oh yeah, he one of the ones. Sasha Riley. He put a muscle move, wrestling move on Sasha to pin him down, to take advantage of him. So when he talk about the unjust to the victims, guess what, Jordan? He talking about you too. Yeah, you are a PDFer. You don't want it to come out yet. You may not have been in the Epstein files, but you damn sure in Sasha Riley's files. And the limousine driver knows you personally. They called you Jim Short Johnson. You always had on those wrestling little old booty shorts, Daisy Dukes and shit. And you put a wrestling move. You was the only one that he said that he couldn't maneuver his way because you put a wrestling move on a kid. Jim Short Johnson. So yeah, he talking to you. So I know you ain't smiling. You ain't happy. Where does that other? Funny, he said that he had a distinctive jawline. He was talking about you. Yeah. You, where that other guy at that beat him? Beat Sasha Riley as a kid. Biggs. Definitely remember you. Absolutely. He talking to you too. I'm sure you're not smiling because you one of the predators. Per Sasha Riley. He remembered you. A couple of people he could not confirm. He could not confirm Lindsey Borden. I mean, Lindsey Graham, but he damn sure could confirm you. And woe and behold, you have already been Ohio State problems with boys in wrestling. So Sasha Riley was not mistaken with you. So I'm sure you're not clapping. I'm sure you pissed because you know your days are numbered. He is speaking out for the victims. And if his brother has to stand account for his mishandling, his wrongdoing, his brother being a PDFer, his brother being a part of the Epstein elite, that means you too. Ain't none of y'all perverts allegedly exempt. If his brother ain't exempt, you ain't either. Per the king. And he expect for y'all to do y'all motherfucking job. Yeah. You beat him for his tail. You beat him for his tail. You beat him for his butt guts. You nasty
concluding new economic and technology agreements to write the next chapter of our joint prosperity.
If it's gonna be joint,
ensure that British and American ingenuity continues to lead the world.
You butt gutter.
Our nations are combining talent and resources in the technologies of tomorrow. Our new partnerships in nuclear fusion and quantum computing and in AI and drug discovery, holding the promise of saving countless lives. More broadly, we celebrate the $430 billion.
I don't know if the Mossad gonna try to take him. Jim Short Jordan.
The $1.7 trillion in mutual investment that fuels that innovation, and the millions of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic supported across both economies. These are strong foundations on which to continue to build for generations yet unborn. Our ties in education, research, and cultural exchange empower citizens and future leaders of both countries. The Marshall Scholarship, named after the great General George Marshall, and the association of which I am so proud to be patron, are emblematic of the connection between our two countries. Since its founding, more than 2,300 scholarships have been awarded, opening doors for Americans from all walks of life to study at the United Kingdom's leading universities. So as we look toward the next 250 years, we must also reflect on our shared responsibility to safeguard nature, our most precious and irreplaceable asset.
Imagine a world where anyone working minimum wage could afford to own a home, where teachers make more than lawyers, and parents haven't paid for childcare.
Lights up, please.
Millennia before our nations existed, before any border drawn, the mountains of Scotland and Appalachia were one, a single continuous range forged in the ancient collision of continents. The natural wonders of the United States of America are indeed a unique asset, and generations of Americans have risen to this calling. Indigenous, political, and civic leaders, people in rural communities and cities alike, have all helped to protect and nurture what President Theodore Roosevelt called the glorious heritage of this land's extraordinary natural splendor, on which so much of its prosperity has always depended. Yet, even as we celebrate
Oh, yeah,
the
he
beauty
chewing
that
that gum,
surrounds
baby.
us, our generation must decide how to address the collapse of critical natural systems, which threatens far more than the harmony and essential diversity of nature. We ignore at our peril the fact that these natural systems, in other words, nature's own economy, provide the foundation for our prosperity and our national security. The story of the United Kingdom and the United States is at its heart a story of reconciliation, renewal, and remarkable partnership. From the bitter divisions of 250 years ago, we forged a friendship that has grown into one of the most consequential alliances in human history. I pray with all my heart that our alliance will continue to defend our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across the world. And that we ignore the clarion calls to become ever more inward-looking. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more. President Lincoln understood this so well with his reflection in the magisterial Gettysburg Address, that the world may little note what we say, but will never forget what we do. And so to the United States of America, on your 250th birthday, let our two countries rededicate ourselves to each other in the selfless service of our peoples and of all the peoples of the world. God bless the United States, and God bless the United Kingdom.
Why is Trump not there? Can somebody please tell me why Trump is not there? Where is the Donald? The natural system is based on of other countries, primarily Africa. Hey, Bobby, where is Trump? Why is he not there? And are they legally married? Did they ever get married? Did he ever really legally marry her? He in the Oval Office sleeping. Oh, wow. Ooh-wee. Baby, he cut it real close, didn't he? He almost called their name out. Jim Jordan was chewing that gum like saying, please don't put a name on it. Don't nobody be wanting to shake Trump hand. Hell, he hold a meeting and won't nobody even acknowledge him.
Purposes of the joint meeting having been completed, the chair declares the joint meeting of the two houses now dissolved. The House will continue in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Wow.
Imagine making $453,000 in a single month as an
Where
affiliate
was
marketer
the Donald?
without relying on Google, Facebook.
Okay, let's get to what they saying on the streets, baby. What? That was well said, well spoken. And he said the words of the America holds weight, carries weight. So watch that's coming out your mouth. You doing all that huffing and puffing and it's falling on deaf ears, and what you are doing is going opposite in which it was supposed to be lined up to protect the citizens. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
King Charles just laid Donald Trump out in front of the.
Oh, he laid him out, y'all. So we already know where this is about to go. I need for y'all to get the likes up. Double tap the face of your screen. Oh, and he's smiling too. Double tap the face of your screen. Just like that. It's free. Don't cost you a thing. Hit the three dots at the top. Like, share. Get your membership and sign. AUNTEAFEE. Auntie Fee.
Entire world during a joint session of the United States Congress, and King Charles just laid Donald Trump out in front of the entire world. King Charles just laid Donald Trump out in front of the entire world during a joint session of the United States Congress. And King Charles did it without even mentioning Donald
Trump
Trump's
hair
name
could have
once.
caught on fire
Instead,
like
King
Eddie Murphy hair
Charles
did in Brown
spoke about
Barbara.
the system of checks and balances and how the executive branch must function in coordination with and as countered by other branches in the United States government. King Charles talked about the importance of NATO and why NATO needs to support Ukraine. King Charles talked about how
oh my God, he spanked ass. Y'all remember them good old granddaddy, grandmama butt whoopers where they lay your head in between their legs? Them good old grandpappies had you out there in the fields teaching you all type of skills, baby. Huh? Yeah. Spank that ass. 'Cause I love you. I really, really do. Yeah. Trump got his in the cabinet. Yeah. All whoever's involved in the Epstein files, he's no respecter of person. He don't care what side of the fence you on. That's what I've been saying all along. It don't matter whether you red or blue, the darker shade of brown or the lighter shade of brown. We all 50 shades of brown, baby. Oh Lord, I had a good experience with that. Yeah, he got his ass spanked. I'm gonna have to push it back because it's funny to me though. Let's listen.
Balances and how the executive branch must function in coordination with and as countered by other branches in the United States.
It's not one-sided.
King Charles talked about the importance of NATO and why NATO needs to support Ukraine. King Charles talked about how the word of the United States is important and matters, and the weight with which it carries should always be of paramount import, which there were then audible groans in the audience. Obviously, he was talking about the fact that Donald Trump has undermined the weight of what it means when the United States speaks, and there was even more than that. Let me show you what went down during this joint session.
I don't know what they was expecting, y'all.
King Charles really was able to call Trump out in his own way. So here is where King Charles talks about the word of America carrying weight throughout the world. In other words, stop lying about every damn thing, Donald. Here, play this clip.
America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more.
Then King Charles talked about the United States Supreme Court Historical Society and how it calculated that the Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases regarding the principles of executive power is subject to checks and balances. What do you think he's talking about here? Here, play this clip.
Roots go even further back in history. The U.S. Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle
that's when the judge started
that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
Baby.
When I first bought this, it was just another...
Magna Carta. Y'all know I'm gonna pull it up.
Next, King Charles talks about how in the immediate aftermath of September 11th, when NATO invoked Article 5, NATO was there for the United States. They were there with the United States in Afghanistan, and that moment and other moments with NATO have defined a shared experience and how NATO needs to be strong and how NATO needs to support Ukraine. This, as Donald Trump has invited Putin to the G20 in Miami at a Trump property in December. This, as Trump continues to attack Ukraine. It's clear what King Charles was saying here and who it was directed to. Let's play this clip.
All that crap.
In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder, through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people.
Stand up for the truth. I don't know what Trump was expecting. I know this ass whooping caught him off guard.
It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace.
Next, as Donald Trump continues to attack the Pope, as Donald Trump posts AI images of himself as Jesus, as Donald Trump demeans religion.
Oh, yeah.
Whether you're religious or not, I always say on this network, that's not a focus of this network. Whether you're religious, no religion, just be a good person. In any event, King Charles says, look, we need to respect the Christian faith. It's an anchor of daily inspiration. And again, who do you think this is directed at? I don't know. Maybe the guy who attacks the Pope every day and does AI images of himself as Jesus? Here, play this clip.
Who you think you are?
And, Mr. Speaker, for many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally, faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally. Speaker, for many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only.
My soul is anchored in the Lord. It's a good anchor for everybody.
That guides us not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a lot.
Not only personal. Yeah, I'm loving it.
That these natural systems.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I messed it up.
Beating of plowshares into swords. I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow in their understanding of each other. I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow in that guides us not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large that guides us not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my life to interfaith relationships and greater understanding. It is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness, which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it, I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow in their understanding of each other.
I thought I was the only that received one of those. What are you talking about, Janet?
In these turbulent times, working together and with our international partners, we can stem the beating of plowshares into swords.
And then there was this other brilliant moment where the cameraman immediately switched from King Charles to EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, following this line from King Charles, as Rupert puts it. Here, play this clip.
As we celebrate the beauty that surrounds us, our generation must decide how to address the collapse of critical natural systems, which threatens far more than the harmony and essential diversity of nature. We ignore at our peril the fact that these natural systems, in other words, nature's own economy, provide the foundation for our prosperity and our national security.
Ooh.
Everything in my store is now free.
Ooh.
Hey, it's Jula. After a long...
Now, right as this speech was taking place, Donald Trump thought it wise to post an attack against Germany. Donald Trump posted, the Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. He doesn't know what he's talking about. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, the whole world would be held hostage. I am doing something with Iran right now that other nations or presidents should have done long ago. No wonder Germany is doing so poorly, both economically and otherwise. Donald J. Trump. This is the part where King Charles says, your words carry weight.
Right.
When you make lies like this about the German chancellor, about the economic condition of Germany, your word doesn't carry any weight. When you say things are going well,
the Strait of Hormuz is open to everybody except you.
Your words no longer carry weight.
Right.
Speaking of executive branch power, which was a theme of King Charles' speech. As the speech was taking place, we learned that James Comey was indicted for a second time by Trump's DOJ. This time, Comey was indicted on charges based on a social media post. Remember when MAGA was like, we think that the UK is an authoritarian state for prosecuting people based on social media posts? And there, the UK prosecuted someone who was making like actual threats on social media and off social media, far right-wing, extremist, hateful, insightful speech. Well, here, Comey's allegedly being prosecuted for a social media post he made in May 2025, where he posted a picture of shells on the beach that spelled 8647. You know, MAGA influencers like Jack Posobiec and others previously posted things like 8646 as it related to former President Biden. But now the Trump regime is trying to tie Comey's May 2025 post with the alleged incident at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, because as the Trump regime covers up the Epstein files, the catastrophic war, the disastrous economy, they want all the focus on that. And also, James Comey's daughter, Maureen Comey, won a big motion in federal court in Manhattan that said her lawsuit against the Trump regime can proceed. So now this indictment, I guess the Trump DOJ is now the social media police. If they don't like what you post on social media, if you hurt their feelings, they come after you. But I go back to King Charles' speech right here, which is the executive branch needs to have a check on its power. Article 1, Article 3, do your damn job. Also, while that speech was taking place, it should be noted that the Southern Poverty Law Center filed a motion in order to disclose the secret grand jury proceedings because they say all the things the Trump regime said about them was an utter lie. They said, for example, you had Todd Blanche said that when the Southern Poverty Law Center worked with informants, that they never shared the information with the Alabama police, and they never shared it with other police departments. And the Southern Poverty Law Center says, well, of course we shared it. Where do you think they got their information from? Did you lie to the grand jury about everything to secure this indictment? Think about that, because that's probably what they did with Comey as well. That's what they do with Abrego. That's what they did with all of these people. And in a court filing, Southern Poverty Law Center accused the Trump administration of false claims. In addition to the false claims about Charlottesville, administration officials have made repeated false and highly prejudicial statements about the SPLC and its activities, including the fanciful and baseless claim that the SPLC is giving money to the KKK, an allegation not even supported by or contained in the indictment itself. They accuse Kash Patel of naked partisanship in a Patel Fox News appearance in order to try to keep his job. Keep your eyes on that. One other very notable thing, in addition to all of those clips I shared with you earlier of the UK ambassador to the United States saying that there is no special relationship between the UK and the United States. The only special relationship is the United States and Netanyahu at this point. Also, the UK ambassador to the United States back in February, as captured on this audio, said he's shocked that there was no consequences in the U.S. for the Trump regime officials for their cover-up of the Epstein files. That audio was released. But in addition to that, what's not getting enough attention was that Keir Starmer's chief of staff, Morgan McSweeney, who was responsible for bringing the prior UK ambassador, Peter Mandelson, onto as the UK ambassador to the United States before the new guy basically was brought on. They brought on Mandelson basically because he was part of the Epstein class. McSweeney was testifying before a foreign affairs committee before the UK Parliament, and he was like, yeah, if Kamala Harris would have won, we wouldn't have picked Mandelson. We picked Mandelson because he was Trump's guy. Of course he was Trump's guy. You're all part of the Epstein class. Here, play this clip.
Had Kamala Harris won the US presidential elections, I don't think he would have gotten the job. He was certainly lobbying for the job. He did, but I think that Oxford University shows he was also hedging because he didn't know whether he was going to get it or didn't think he was going to get it. So he was also looking at other opportunities. He did say to me when he was saying to me that he was interested in the job, that he was also going for Oxford University. And my view to him was these are incompatible. I don't see how you could do both.
If you're telling him that it's incompatible, then you wouldn't be asking for official advice on whether he could do it part-time.
I don't think I would have, but I can't say for certain if
Why wouldn't you remember something like that? I mean, it is pretty interesting.
I can't remember doing so. So I think you're right. I'd remember it if I would have, but I can't remember ever doing so.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million, and thanks for watching.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps.
Ooh, what a mighty God we serve. What a mighty God. Ooh, yeah, he got his face crunched. And then he gonna take it out on Germany because you was too afraid to take it out on
about protecting
Charles,
the environment is
Prince. King.
We grow fuller hair with a simple one-step routine. The Minoxidil Plus Biotin Gummy by Hers. Formulated by...
Man, oh man, MAGA is not going to like to see this one. King Charles just addressed a joint meeting of Congress, meaning that every single member of Congress is in attendance, and he took some very clear shots at Donald Trump, referencing the deterioration of American democracy and our checks and balances and more. And for some reason, none of the Republicans understood that he was talking about America as it stands and Donald Trump, and so they get up in the middle of the speech and applaud what he's saying. Like, agree with him going after Donald Trump. You just have to see it. It is quite a sight to see. But I want to start with this clip right here, where King Charles is talking about the checks and balances that exist in the United States, referencing the Magna Carta, how that's been cited in so many different Supreme Court cases, talking about those very checks and balances which Donald Trump and the Republicans have looked to eradicate. And again, the Republicans were applauding for him talking about this. I think they're oblivious. It just went right over their head. Just watch.
Roots go even further back in history. The U.S. Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
He checks him. Look at him. He's shocked. Trump took a spanking. He got whooped, y'all. Let's see what he's gonna do about it.
Like, yeah. Of course, executive power is subject to checks and balances. Do the Republicans know that? Do the Trump supporters know? I don't think they do, and it's just really funny to see them. Let's see if I can get the shot right here. Look at these folks. Look, Mike Lawler there, Republican representative, on his feet clapping. These are all Republican representatives. Who else did I just spot right there? Look at Senator Tim Scott, Senator James Lankford. All of these Republicans, members of the Trump administration, are getting up and applauding for checks and balances. Once again, something that Donald Trump has attacked basically on a daily basis, whether it be through Truth Social posts or action that he's taken, and it's a fundamental part of America that they've just completely disregarded. It's just right over their head, and this is a consistent theme throughout this speech. It is just remarkable. Let's move on to the next clip, where King Charles was talking about how important the environment is, and the camera immediately panned to EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, given everything he's done to destroy the environment. Whoever's on the camera at C-SPAN, shout out to them. They did a good job with this one. Take a listen.
As we celebrate the beauty that surrounds us, our generation must decide how to address the collapse of critical natural systems, which threatens far more than the harmony and essential diversity of nature. We ignore at our peril the fact that these natural systems, in other words, nature's own economy, provide the foundation for our prosperity and our national security.
An amazing pan from the C-SPAN cameraman or woman, whoever is behind the camera. Fantastic work putting this right on Lee Zeldin. The administration has done so much to attack our environment, whether it be cutting over $1 billion from the national park, firing over 20% of the workforce, putting fracking executives in charge of energy in the United States of America, among the many other things that Trump has done to help fossil fuel companies, help them pollute the environment, and more. There's so much I could talk about. But among all those things, the nerve of the Trump administration officials to applaud when he's talking about protecting the environment is, they have a different level of confidence. I mean, they are doing so much to destroy our environment, and King Charles is absolutely right that we have to protect it. It's something that is worth protecting and fighting for, and the Trump admin just seeks to tear that down every single day. Here's another clip I want to show you where King Charles is talking about the importance of NATO. NATO, the one of the most successful, the most successful defensive alliances in world history that has prevented conflict, prevented war, and it's the same group of countries and agreement that Donald Trump has targeted, threatened to pull out of basically every single year of his administration, of his presidency.
For the support.
And yet King Charles is in Congress talking about the importance of NATO in front of members of the Trump administration. This is yet another thing that the MAGA folks won't like, and yet there was applause here. Applause for something that is the opposite of what Donald Trump is advocating for. Wow.
Absolutely. Hey, Silver. Red background. What y'all talking about?
In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5
hey, boss lady.
for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century.
Thank you for keeping your
Shoulder to
word.
shoulder
I greatly
through
appreciate
2
it.
world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people. It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. NATO is vital. It is so important and has been important throughout history. And yet you have, Senator, where is he?
Silver Eye. What you talking
Johnson
about?
right there. He's clapping.
Silver
Donald
Eye.
Trump and the people that he supports.
What are you talking about? It didn't have you. Oh, okay. No. What are you talking about? You know who I'm talking to? Let me double check. No. Stop that. Are you taking claim for somebody else's?
Try to destroy NATO, completely rip up the alliance and give a gift to our enemies around the world. King Charles is right. NATO is important, and the fact that he's saying this in front of the entirety of Congress is something that not only I think will annoy the MAGA base, but Donald Trump is definitely watching. And this should be a message to Donald Trump that NATO is strong, the countries in NATO are strong, and if he wants to pull out and destroy the world order, they will stay together. We, the United States, will be isolated, and we won't have people backing us in the same way.
At all.
Really, really strong.
That's what they saying.
From King Charles.
We are going to be on our own.
Is King Charles talking about his faith, the Christian faith, and how this means you should care for people, not tear other people down like Republicans do with their faith. And I think this is an important point as well. Watch.
And, Mr. Speaker, for many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally, guides us not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my life to interfaith relationships and greater understanding, it is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it, I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow in their understanding of each other.
What King Charles is talking about there is different faiths, different people coming together and respecting each other. And he's saying this in front of J.D. Vance, who you can't see, thank God, nobody needs to look at him, and Mike Johnson, also sitting right there. Now, the Trump administration has targeted specifically Somali immigrants, those being many of them Muslim, and they've targeted the Muslim faith constantly. It is like a constant thing from the Trump administration. And so King Charles saying something like this, saying, hey, we got to accept all faiths.
The light
That's
exposed
part
the
of
dark.
The Christian faith. Understanding other people, loving other people in front of the Republicans and members of the Trump administration who have done the exact opposite is incredibly powerful. I have my own problems with King Charles, but he made a lot of great points here. And he's doing it in front of the Republicans. I can't get over that they're clapping for everything he's saying, which is quite contradictory to what Donald Trump advocates for on a daily basis. So look, I will leave the video there. I just wanted to show you some of these clips. Please make sure to subscribe down below, drop a like on the video, comment, let me know what you think about this story, and of course, all of the clips that we just...
Yep. Now, how did it collapse publicly? Let's go on to this fake marriage. Y'all better get the likes
Well,
up. I'm
folks,
gonna
it
shut
seems
it.
like things are not going too well between Donald
He
and
tried to
Melania
grab her on
Trump,
her
which
booty
is
cheek.
just so surprising, I know. Who could have possibly guessed this? Trump had this event at the White House today with King Charles, Melania, and King Charles's wife, and there were a number of awkward moments between the happy couple, where, for example, Donald Trump tried making a joke about their marriage. Melania Trump just gave him a death stare. He also touched her inappropriately in front of everybody and just pretended like nothing happened. It was very weird, and I think we all know that Melania certainly doesn't want that to happen, not in private, let alone in public. But I want to show you just a couple of examples, but I think we have to start with the main story that's been going on the past day or so, past 2 days, surrounding the Trump family, the Trump marriage, and that is them targeting Disney, them targeting ABC, and specifically Jimmy Kimmel. Both Donald Trump and Melania Trump came out and demanded that Jimmy Kimmel be fired over a joke he made days ago, a very innocent joke, by the way, and now we're learning that the FCC is challenging the broadcast licenses of ABC and Disney because so far they haven't fired Jimmy Kimmel. This is government retribution for speech, clear as day. I mean, remember when the Republicans pretended to care about the First Amendment for like a month in the 2024 election campaign season? They pretended to care for like a month, and now we have the FCC investigating private businesses because Donald Trump wants them to. Let's get into it very briefly. The Federal Communications Commission is moving toward a review of Disney broadcast licenses, according to people familiar with the matter, a maneuver that would up the pressure on the ABC owner as it faces fierce scrutiny from the administration again. It's not the first time, over a late-night monologue. The FCC may choose not to trigger that process known as an early license review, some of the people said, but Chairman Brendan Carr has threatened Disney's licenses before, as recently as this month, when he criticized the company's diversity programs, because if they're not white and straight and male, they don't want them working at Disney. Yeah, that's the federal government. The FCC doesn't want that to happen. The FCC licenses ABC's TV stations across the country to broadcast their programming over publicly owned airwaves. Quote, if the evidence does in fact play out and shows that they were engaged in race and gender-based discrimination, they're talking about DEI, by the way, they think that's race and gender discrimination, that's a very serious issue at the FCC that could fundamentally go to their character qualifications to even hold a license. Disney's share slipped around 1%. 1% it went down, given all the attacks from the White House, because most people, most investors know that this is crap. Trump and Melania have both demanded, both Trump and Melania have demanded that the broadcaster fire Jimmy Kimmel, the host of ABC's late night show, over a monologue he made 2 days before a gunman allegedly attempted to assassinate Donald Trump. Representatives for Disney and the FCC did not immediately respond to requests for comment, but I am happy to report that this isn't happening. They're not firing Jimmy Kimmel. Disney's not doing it. ABC's not doing it. Brian Stelter from CNN, who has sources inside the company, said Disney is standing by Jimmy Kimmel. Disney is ignoring the president's pressure to fire him. My sense is that Disney is prepared to defend itself if need be and sees this as a First Amendment fight that is worth having. Yes. Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you. Yes, this is absolutely a First Amendment fight that is worth having. You cannot give an authoritarian an inch, because if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And so if Disney were to back down now, like they did with Kimmel the first time, they saw how badly that went. If they were to back down now and give Donald Trump a mile after giving him an inch, the results would be catastrophic. The consequences would be catastrophic, not only for Disney, not only for other companies, but our democracy as well. And I think it was pretty clear from Jimmy Kimmel's monologue last night that he's not backing down. ABC and Disney are not backing down for now, and I hope it stays that way. He said in the show last night, it was a very light roast about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not by any stretch of the definition a call to assassination, and they know that. I've been very vocal for many years, speaking out against gun violence in particular, but I understand that the First Lady had a stressful experience over the weekend, and probably every weekend is pretty stressful in that house, and I agree that hateful and violent rhetoric is something we should reject. I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it. A great response from Jimmy Kimmel. So on a public standpoint, with the battle that they've both chosen to engage in, not going so well so far. And also, Melania's senior advisor decided to hop on TV this morning and decided to declare that Jimmy Kimmel should be fired as well. Watch.
We can't figure out why Kimmel still has a job. What was her reaction when she heard that?
Well, I think initially the reaction is Kimmel needs to go. It's time that ABC stands up and terminates his employment. And this isn't a freedom of speech issue. The issue is purely commercially natured. Why does ABC and the advertisers want to stand behind Kimmel when over and over again, for such a long time now, he spews this hateful rhetoric, this political divisiveness? It's clear that his intent is not to entertain. He's not funny. He's not a comedian. He enters the homes of Americans every single night. 50% of them don't agree with his perspective, but yet ABC stands behind him.
Yeah. Again, anytime I see a Trump official or Melania or Donald Trump talking about this, the irony genuinely angers me to my core of them saying, oh, it's Jimmy Kimmel who's divisive. He's the one that's entering Americans' homes every night, and he's just spewing this hatred. Do they know who they're working for? Do they know who they're married to? His name is Donald Trump, the most divisive figure in modern American politics. Drives me nuts. But let's get to this conversation here about the event that Donald Trump had with King Charles and Melania today. Wasn't looking too good. First and foremost, the hands of both Trump and King Charles looked in bad shape today. King Charles' hands were very red and swollen. I think he has some kind of condition. I'm not 100% sure. Donald Trump here also has makeup now on both hands. So not just one hand that he is bruising, it's now on both hands, and both are being covered up by makeup, which is definitely not a good sign for the President of the United States' health, but you can see the makeup is just caked on.
Because it got so much
Of
bruising.
the United States' health, but you can see the makeup is, which is definitely not a good sign for the President of the United States' health, but you can see the makeup is just caked on. It's just caked on, and the White House will not answer any red and swollen. I think he has some kind of condition. I'm not 100% sure. Donald Trump here also has makeup now on both hands. So not just one hand that he is bruising, it's now on both hands, and both are being covered up by makeup, which is definitely not a good sign for the President of the United States' health, but you can see the makeup is just caked on. It's just caked on, and the White House will not answer any questions about it. And here's, oh my God, isn't that just brutal?
One of the best parts for me about being a web member is Webstron's ordering platform is fantastic. We have a lightning reorder.
That is not a pretty sight. There's something going on there, and they're not even doing a good job of covering up with makeup.
Oh, that bruise has gotten bigger. 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 Ooh, bigger. Y'all hit the like button. Y'all see Jenny down there saying, hit the like button. Bigger. Bigger. Nowhere near that.
Anymore. You can see the bruising has like expanded. It now covers his entire hand as opposed to just a little portion, and we still don't know what's going on there.
Ooh.
And look at the distance between Melania and Donald. Like 2 feet between them. They hate each other. They just absolutely hate each other. Here's another thing I wanted to show you. The inappropriate touching. For some reason, MAGA is celebrating this.
Like he gonna get him some.
Gross. Maybe it's just what they do. Maybe they like this stuff. It's kind of gross to me, and I think gross to anybody with a brain. But Benny Johnson is celebrating. Trump gives Melania a love tap before an official event with the King of England at the White House. Patriot. He describes him as a patriot for doing this. And look at this photo. Is this not appalling? I mean, just from a human being perspective, you're the President of the United States, and you're touching your wife's rear.
I mean, it would be different if she was into him.
You can't just control yourself.
Oh, no.
It's so gross to me.
He ain't got no control.
And he knows what he's doing. This is who Trump is. I mean, this is who Trump has always been when
Yeah.
it comes to touching women.
She probably said, stay away from me. Don't touch me. You smell like Bookie.
He's not, putting his hand on her back or anything like that, which you might be just doing it casually or whatever.
She said,
But
this is not our agreement. Our agreement was hands off.
And I think we can all agree. I mean, we've seen Donald Trump try to grab Melania's hand before and like hold her hand, and she's just straight up ripped her hand away. I think we can all probably take an educated guess here and say Melania
agreement.
Didn't like this, and I don't think anybody would, because you just don't grab your partner in that way in public, in my view. Maybe I'm too prude. I don't know, but I just don't think you grab your partner in that way in public, whether you're the President of the United States or you're a regular person who's just working, whatever it might be. I just thought that was gross. Now I want to show you, man, oh man, Trump tried to crack a joke to Melania about their marriage, but she gave him absolutely nothing in return. She did not like the joke. Watch this.
Him, Fred, and they were married for 63 years. And excuse me if you don't mind. That's a record we won't be able to match, darling. sorry. Just
Oh,
not going to
wow.
work out that way. We'll do well, but we're not going to do that well.
Oh, wow.
63 years.
Ugh.
And
Ooh,
Oh,
I would have
yeah.
said because you know
There's
you
so
on your
much love in this
deathbed.
marriage. Oh, yeah, she loves it. Uh-huh. So much love in this marriage. She loves that joke. She's just cracking up, huh? I mean, what are you doing? You're the president
Oh,
of the United
wow.
States. You're hosting an
Now
event with the King of
he's
England at the
slinging
White House.
shots
This is
at
one of
her.
America's longest
That's why
allies,
King
longest
Charles
friends, longest standing
slayed you.
relationships. And Donald
Laid you
Trump is turning
down.
to Melania, making jokes about their marriage at a time when they're losing to Jimmy Kimmel in a very public way, at a time when he's grabbing her in a public, at a time when the Trump administration is just in general chaos. I don't even think Melania lives at the White House. I don't even think she lives there. I think she lives in New York City. But man, oh man, a really weird event. And, you know, just giving him apps. Can we just, I just want to play that one more time. Just look at her face during this.
years. And excuse me if you don't mind. That's a record we won't be able to match, darling. I'm sorry. Just not going to work out that way. We'll do well, but we're not going to do that well.
I know she's saying thank you, Lord.
63 years. And
Giving him nothing. Giving him nothing. Yeah, I don't think things are going too well. You can let me know in the comments if you agree. I'll leave it there. I don't want to take too much of your time. Please make sure to subscribe down below. Drop a like on the video. Comment. Let me know what you think about this story.
Wow. 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 What a day for him. Woo-wee, baby. The king came in and shunned you. King Charles just humiliated Trump in his face. What is this one, Lord? I think that's the one we just watched. Ooh-wee. Hold on.
Man, oh man, MAGA.
Yes, indeed, y'all. Okay, I need for y'all to get the likes up. Okay, Harry, I see you over there. What you laughing at? He laughing at you. Oh, you done lost something again. You done lost something. Come on. Oh, I'm on it. I gotta get off of it. Okay.
I have to rub my eyes in disbelief because to me, it looks like Donald Trump literally dictated on a dictaphone a motion about the. I have to rub my eyes in disbelief because to me, it looks like Donald Trump literally dictated on a dictaphone a motion about the ballroom with complete with social media like capital letters and his syntax and his grammar, and filed it in the wrong court to try to exploit what happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner to get his ballroom. And he had it filed in the wrong court because he has no intention of it really having any legal impact. He just wanted a political press release to be filed. We caught it. We'll cover it. We'll dissect it here on Midas Touch and on Legal AF. Now, this legal document, sure, was signed by a lawyer, I think, Stan Woodward. Stan Woodward, who used to represent Jan Sixers and MAGA and was the co-defense counsel with Donald Trump's lawyers in Mar-a-Lago, now the number 3 in the Department of Justice. Sure, he signed it, but let me read to you from this, and I'm not going to leave anything out from the beginning. And you tell me whether you think Donald Trump himself dictated this exact introduction.
Hold on. Poblock, I gotta go someplace over here. I gotta go where they
Number 3 in the Department of Justice.
They telling us about what happened with him. No, King, baby Carl. Oh, he bumped into King Charles. Oh my God. Y'all hit the like button, please. Oh my God. He bumped.
Donald Trump's meeting with King Charles at the White House today went sideways very quickly. First, Donald Trump looked very sickly. That makeup that he applied to both of his hands to cover up those bruises, it was very apparent today. Donald Trump did the weird handshake with King Charles, which was very awkward. When Donald Trump wanted to do this performative inspection, Donald Trump's meeting with King Charles at the White House today went sideways very quickly. First, Donald Trump looked very sickly. That makeup that he applied to both of his hands to cover up those bruises, it was very apparent today. Donald Trump did the weird handshake with King Charles, which was very awkward. When Donald Trump wanted to do this
Silver, you need to send a super chat, super sticker.
of our troops
Send a
ceremony.
super chat, not a super chat, a super sticker. Send a cash app. You making requests like you're supporting the platform. $ AUNTEAFEE. And in the meantime, you need to thank Naturally New Orleans, because I wasn't coming out because you haven't been supporting me since I've been demonetized. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. Have you supported me? It must be under a different name if you have. If you have, what are the initials, the first and last initial? Because you making demands like you one of the regulars. Okay, that's you. Okay. My bad. I'm sorry. I thought that was somebody else with the same first name. Okay, that's kind of why I kind of called you out. To see, I tried to ask you earlier, what was you saying thank you for? Because I didn't know it was you. My bad. I do apologize. I was in the same. Oh, I didn't see the picture. I'm on a different device. But can I apologize? Let me put my face up so you can see that I am apologizing. I just thought you was just being. I gave your credit to someone else. I never say the name. I don't do that. But I was thinking that you were someone else. So please allow me to apologize. Listen. Okay. I apologize sincerely. I don't know why that. Yeah, my eyes are brown. Yeah, let me apologize. I do apologize sincerely. Okay? I in my mind, I was giving your credit to someone else who has the same first name. Okay? So I do apologize. It's you. And yes, after this, I will go to Jimmy Kimmel. Is that all right? Please accept my apology. I need to know if you're going to accept my apology, please. I don't know. I said they better not try to take my credit. I didn't see that. All you had to do was put your initials. You didn't have to put how much you sent and all of that. But thank you. I do really, really appreciate it. Oh my God. Let me put the other face back up. Yeah, I had to put my face up so that you could see that I was sincerely apologizing. Let's finish, and I'll be digging up Kimmel on the other device so it'll be ready. Let's go.
Donald Trump.
But Jimmy, now I'm gonna say this. Jimmy, we're gonna have to listen to Jimmy. Jimmy done struck before. Jimmy Kimmel struck before when he came, when he got his job back. So I gotta be really, really careful with Jimmy Kimmel. But I can do the VOD. But hell, what they gonna do? They done already demonetized me. But let's go.
And bumped into King Charles. I'll show you that in a moment.
Oh, how funny. Let's go.
Performative inspection of our troops ceremony. Donald Trump didn't know where to stand and bumped into King Charles. I'll show you that in a moment. But the big bombshell this morning was a scoop from the Financial Times. They were able to get an audio of the UK ambassador to the United States, a guy by the name of Christian Turner, and he was speaking to students from the UK.
Oh, they all up in that funky diaper, ain't they?
And what he told these students, that's captured on this audio, is that the United States and the UK
do not have a special relationship. He said that the only country
Hi,
the United
Bernardo.
States has a special relationship with is Israel. And he says we should not use the term special relationship. Also captured on this audio that was made public by the Financial Times, the UK ambassador to the United States, Christian Turner, said that he is shocked that no heads have rolled in the Trump regime based on their connections to Jeffrey Epstein and
I get
all
around
of the appearances
sometimes,
of Trump
Timothy.
and his cabinet on the Epstein files. It should be noted that Christian Turner, now the UK ambassador to the United States, not sure if he'll be holding that ambassadorship very long after this, he replaced Peter Mandelson. And Peter Mandelson was the UK ambassador to the United States, but he was removed from that position after all of his extensive links to Jeffrey Epstein were uncovered in Epstein's birthday book that Donald Trump was also in. He was all over the Epstein files. And in fact, people should have known that he had these connections with Epstein before he was given that ambassadorship. Now, this audio that surfaced while King Charles was at the White House actually comes from a meeting back in February, but it seems that this was recently leaked to the Financial Times, or they were sitting on it waiting for this visit, and while King Charles was at the White House, they dropped this audio. So I want to share with you the audio right now, and then I want to show you some of the other embarrassing moments that have already taken place in just a short period of time with King Charles at the White House. So here is the first audio where he says, where the ambassador to the United States, Christian Turner, says that the U.S. special relationship is with Israel, not
I
with
know.
the UK.
Listen,
Let's
let me
play
say this.
Clip.
I am firm believer right now today what he did was told the truth. He told the truth and he shamed the devil. So the royal family may have a history of that. Yep, I have done my research. I don't have to necessarily read the Bible. I've read the research on the family. So I'm not new to it. I'm not new to it, so don't come over here like we slow, like we are not well informed, because indeed we are. But what he did today, now we can't erase the fact of what he did today, because at any point in time, God can bestow a renewing of the mind on every one of us sinners, including you, me. So don't come in here as if God don't have power to bless and restore. He gave honor to God as a Christian. So get on with that stupid shit. If the devil tell the truth, the devil told the truth. But the devil don't never give honor to God. The devil don't ever say God is enough to be an anchor, a balancer. So shut up. Get your ass up here. But y'all say bye to Mel. Coming over here with that demonic shit, trying to play in our face. We all sin and fall short. But everybody is entitled to a renewing of the mind. Okay? Okay? And he can only speak for himself. But he asked that we all may allow God to be in anchor. Ain't that what he said? He made no excuses for the wrongdoing of the victim. So when you come over here on this bull crap, that means to me that you don't want the victims to get justice. So get your ass up out of here. Because we are absolutely 100% for the victims. No excuses. No respected person. So I don't know what he said or done before, but today, right now here today, he's asking for peace. He's asking for God to be the greatness that he is, to bring us all together. We all fall short. But let your soul be anchored in the Lord. Amen. So don't come over here on that side. You in the middle. He renewed and continued to renew my absolutely. Absolutely. And I have uttermost respect. At that point, I can no longer say, well, you did a da. Because he came with a renewed mind. I respect that, boo. And if you don't understand that right now, this ain't where you need to be. I respect that as well. Now, can y'all double tap the face of your screen? If you're listening in or ear hustling on your phone. I mean, you know, you say, I'm in the clouds. The clouds, you can double tap your phone. I don't have to see you. I just need to see the numbers go up. Yeah. And if you are on a computer device, you got 3 dots at the top right. You can hit that and it'll take you where you can hit the thumbs up. He restored my soul. Absolutely. In other words, we not going to be with you. We not going to be with you. Now, if I'm demanding justice for my brother, for the things that he did, yeah, I am requiring justice from my blood brother, from the royal family. I don't give a shit what was done before. Right now, today, I am demanding justice for the victims that my brother victimized. So all you motherfuckers, every last one of you, hey, me, I'm expecting for Congress in the pursuit of justice for everybody involved over here too. Hi, Rashonda. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. And ain't nobody bigger than the law. He said that about his brother. So he goddamn sure gonna say it about Trump, rump dump, and his nasty ass partners. So do not come over here telling me about the sins of the royal family. They are pretty deep now. I ain't gonna lie. But unless they are blasphemed against the Holy Spirit, they can have a renewing of the mind. Thus saith the Lord. Absolutely, Pat Hughes. Your word is your bond. Your word carries weight. And if you want to continue to be as strong as we know that in the past y'all have been, then you need to stop lying and keep your word. Stop trying to pull the wool over everybody's eyes. Stop hustling the people to cover your crimes. I respect that.
Is afraid And while King Charles was at the White House, they dropped this audio. So I want to share with you the audio right now, and then I want to show you some of the other embarrassing moments that have already taken place in just a short period of time with King Charles at the White House. So here is the first audio where he says, we're the ambassador to the United States. Christian Turner says that the U.S. special relationship is with Israel, not with the U.K. Let's play this clip.
Is a phrase I try not to cut out. Because it's quite nostalgic, it's quite backwards looking, and it has a lot of sort of baggage about it. I think there is probably one country that has a special relationship with the United States.
Hey, empathy.
Next, you have Christian Turner saying that it's extraordinary that the Epstein scandal hasn't touched anybody in the U.S. Play this clip.
To me, that the furore, the scandal over Epstein, convicted sex offender, has gone right to the top of the British system, brought down, senior member of the royal family, British ambassador to Washington, potentially the Prime Minister, and yet here in the US, it really hasn't touched anybody. And I think that is an interesting question you should ask American lawmakers you meet about the different levels of accountability in our system. Should currently move on a hill to bring to account some of those senior figures, including Andrew Windsor, who now called him to come and testify before Congress, and he's now before Congress. The first question I ask is, how many Americans are called to testify before Congress when we have seen cards show a lot of very, very senior people, politicians, business folks, Bill Gates, all having a close association with that.
He also predicts that Labour Party member of parliaments, that the Labour Party, which Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of UK, is a member of, that they will oust the Prime Minister after local elections take place. Here, play this clip.
Hey, Leggy.
Threshold where you remove the Prime Minister for the Labour Party, according to the Labour Party rules, which I'm sure you know, is really quite hard. 80 MPs have to sign a letter in public, which is like signing a death warrant. It's much harder than for the Tories. So I think that is still quite difficult. And Keir personally is he's a stubborn guy. He's never lost a fight he's in. And so I think Keir saying I'm quitting is quite a hard line. So probably the moment I would look to is the May elections. If Labour does very badly in the May elections, I suspect the party will move to go over that threshold and remove him. It seems to be conventional thinking. If they do okay, he might go. For me, that's just me as a citizen speculating, because I have to serve another.
Now, this scandal is erupting while King Charles is at the White House now. Here's what a government spokesperson said. These were private, informal comments made to a group of UK sixth form students visiting the US in early February. They are certainly not any reflection of the UK government's position, and the UK is also saying that these newly revealed remarks by its US ambassador don't reflect the official position of the government. There's nothing that UK ambassador said, though, that is false. It is all true, and frankly, I think one of the reasons why Keir Starmer has lost a lot of popularity, unlike Prime Minister Carney, is that Keir Starmer doesn't say those things. I think everybody in UK feels exactly what that ambassador is saying. That's what everybody knows is true. And so that's what needs to be said. And I think rather than deny that that's the reality, that should be the official position. So let's also talk about what's going on during this meeting. I'll show you between Trump and King Charles. Just again, take a look at Trump's hands, as Aaron Rupar says. Look how gnarly they look today. Here, play this clip. There was a moment also where it appeared that Donald Trump went to touch the back of Melania, but it looked like he was kind of grabbing her rear end. You can see it in this one right here. Here, play this clip.
It should be pinned to the top, but let me add it in the comment section, Monty. Let me get back over there.
And also, just as the American people are suffering right now, and as people are living paycheck to paycheck here, if they're lucky enough to get a paycheck, while gas prices are through the roof, while people can't afford anything in the United States, I want you to watch right here, though, as like Donald Trump tries to create this, this lavish royal event at the White House, and it's just so detached from what the American people are experiencing. And I think when the American people watch this, it's just frankly vomit-inducing that this is where the regime puts their attention to while ripping away health care from people. Let me show you this clip right here. More embarrassing moments as well. I'll show you the moment right here. We could just run it as B-roll, where Trump tries that, Adam Schwartz said, Trump is trying his toxic beta male handshake. and Charles is having absolutely none of it. You can see
Monty, you
what's going
see it?
on right there. I'll show you the moment over here where Donald Trump and King Charles are doing this. Donald Trump wants to do an inspect the troops ceremony where he and King Charles can inspect our troops to line them up like a fascist dictatorship. Let's inspect the troops. Me and the king are going to inspect the troops, but Trump doesn't know where to stand. Here, play this clip.
They will now inspect together.
And during the speech itself that Donald Trump gave, he said that his mother had a crush on King Charles. A very weird speech about like his physical attraction to King Charles. Trump's got like a really weird thing for King Charles, other than Donald Trump loves kings. Here, Donald Trump says that his mother was attracted to King Charles. Here, play this clip.
Involved in a ceremony or anything, my mother would be glued to the television and she'd say, "Look, Donald, look how beautiful that is." She really did love the family, but I also remember her saying,
Yeah, they joined the military.
very clearly, "Charles, look, young Charles, he's so cute." My mother.
He flirting?
My mother had a crush.
You had a
on Charles.
crush.
Can you believe it?
I just want to share with you how like corporate news is covering this thing for a second. So when Donald Trump inspects the troops, they have a guy with like a British accent doing the whole, and the gallantry and the look how beautiful this is, and elegant. And the American people are having none of this crap, okay? The American people are struggling and suffering right now. Here, let's just play this clip.
This military guard of honor. And as the national anthems played, we had the cannons just beyond the crowds here, just in front of the Washington Monument.
Now, while this meeting was taking place, or I should say right before it was taking place, Donald Trump
beyond the crowds here, just in front of the Washington Monument.
Now, while this meeting was taking place, or I should say
don't know
right
why I
before
thought
it
he
was
was
taking
tall.
place, Donald Trump posted.
King short.
And as the national anthems played, we had the cannons just beyond the crowds here, just in front of the Washington Monument.
Now, while this meeting was taking place, or I should say right before it was taking place, Donald Trump posted
I'm sorry, Fred.
article that
did y'all know that the king was short?
Mail, right? Wow, that's nice.
Just beyond the crowds here, just in front of the Washington Monument.
Now, while this meeting was taking place, or I should say right before it was taking place, Donald Trump posted a article that I think he probably had the Daily Mail right. Wow, that's nice. I've always wanted to live in Buckingham Palace. I'll talk to the king and queen about this in a few minutes, DJT. And the article that Donald Trump posts is revealed how the Daily Mail traced Trump's family tree and found out he's the king's cousin. And they go back like 25 generations, and they're like, oh, you see, they were, I'm exaggerating slightly, but they go back like, 15 or 20 generations, and they're like, you see, they're both related to King James II of Scotland. I think you probably do a tree of King James of Scotland, King James II of Scotland, and it's like everybody's probably somehow like related to King, in some way or another, if you're generally from the region, if you map it out. So Donald Trump was posting that. Also, Donald Trump posting this lie in order to manipulate the markets, while Iran's foreign minister Araghchi just finished up his meetings with Vladimir Putin in Russia, where they discuss strong cooperation. And while Iran does not want to have any negotiations with the United States at all, while the U.S. continues its naval blockade, and while Donald Trump continues to threaten Iran, and Iran's fine controlling the Strait of Hormuz and keeping it closed or just subject to limited vessels leaving that are allied with Iran. Here's what Donald Trump posted this morning. Iran has just informed us that they are in a state of collapse. They want us to open the Hormuz Strait as soon as possible as they try to figure out their leadership situation, which I believe they will be able to do. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump. Completely made up and false. Iran did not contact Donald Trump and say, we're collapsing. We need to figure out our leadership structure, Donald Trump. Their leadership structure is figured out. They control the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump and his desperate regime are the ones thirsty for negotiations and keep lying about going to Islamabad or this place or that place, which has always been proven to be false. Iran has always stood on its non-negotiables, which Trump agreed to several weeks back at this point when this ceasefire started in the first place. It's just more of Trump lying. And look, Trump's social media post was also timed to coincide with an article like this from Politico. There's a day of reckoning coming. Energy experts expect another spike at the pump. Trump's jawboning, aka market manipulation, is sending the wrong signals to oil producers by keeping crude prices artificially low. Energy experts say another oil price spike is coming, and it may be made worse by the president's social media posts. And it goes on to say how Trump has repeatedly spurred temporary dips in oil prices by claiming on Truth Social that the Iran war is near an end and that U.S. oil production would ensure sky-high prices would soon retreat. The jawboning has mostly worked, even as the global price of oil has crept up over $100 per barrel on the future markets. It is significantly less than the $140 per barrel spot price, or what it would take to buy a barrel today. I think it's important to note that when you're looking at the Brent and WTI crude prices, those are the futures. What people are actually paying today is between $140 a barrel or up, is the current prices, which is also why your prices are high at the pump. It goes on to say in this article, the president's promises can only work for so long. Supply of oil, especially in Europe and Asia, is dwindling, and a price shock is coming, said Dan Pickering, chief investment offering at Pickering Energy Partners. He said that when summer driving season begins, there will be another gas price shock that hits people in the face. There's a day of reckoning coming, he said. It will be painful, because I can tell you that the stock market is ignoring this. We're not ignoring this, so when it comes here to the United States, no one's going to be shocked who watches the Midas Touch Network. Now, also, Donald Trump posted this deranged motion. He posted on his social media platform this deranged motion that he filed in federal court. I'm going to do a whole other hot take on this, but it looks like Donald Trump himself
Monty, did you get the Cash App
that was filed to open up to allow him to continue building the ballroom,
I'm not going to Google that. You need to
judge. Like if you look at this motion that Donald Trump and his regime actually had the DOJ file in federal court, it says, let me just read for you the first paragraph.
$AUNTEAFFEE. I'm not doing nothing extra without support to my platform.
And that's all in
so
caps.
Please don't ask me unless you're willing to send a Cash App. Thank you.
To the National
I appreciate
Trust
it.
for Historic Preservation. It makes it sound like a governmental agency, which it is not.
Remove that.
In fact, the United States refused to continue funding it in 2005 because they strongly disagreed with their mission and objectives.
I have been demonetized.
They are very bad for our country. They stop many projects that are worthy and hurt many others. In this case, they are trying to stop one that is vital to our national security and the safety of all presidents in the United States, both current and future, their families, staff, and cabinet members. They were asked by the United States military not to bring this suit because of the top secret nature of the important facility being built. They were shown detailed plans, and assertions were wrong, and they are indefensible now. Like literally, it looks like Donald Trump wrote this thing himself. A few other points I want to talk about this morning as Donald Trump is manipulating the market. We also learned that the United Arab Emirates has quit OPEC as the Iran war raises Gulf tensions. The UAE is the third largest oil producer in OPEC, behind Saudi Arabia and Iraq. Leaving the group is likely a precursor to it increasing oil production. So the UAE is out of OPEC. And also, we've now heard from the Thai foreign minister, who says that Thailand is now approaching Russia and China for economic assistance after receiving no help from the United States, even though the country has been a U.S. treaty ally since 1954. This war should not have taken place, the Thai foreign minister said, and it's been very hard hit by Donald Trump and Netanyahu's war against Iran. As the Washington Post reports, the Trump administration has not offered any direct help to Thailand, a long-standing U.S. treaty ally, as it struggles with the wide-ranging economic damage from the American-Israeli war against Iran. Thailand's foreign minister is now telling the Washington Post. And while all of this is taking place, you have Melania's senior advisor, Mark Beckman, doing a media tour and saying this.
We can't figure out why Kimmel still has a job. What was her reaction when she heard that?
Well, I think initially the reaction is Kimmel needs to go. It's time that ABC stands up and terminates his employment. And this isn't a freedom of speech issue. The issue is purely commercially natured. Why does ABC and the advertisers want to stand behind Kimmel when over and over again, for such a long time now, he spews this hateful rhetoric?
And then you've got MAGA Republican Congress members and senators. For example, Senator Ashley Moody, she goes on state regime media and she uses this as a way to try to attack No Kings the alleged incident in the White House Correspondents' Center to stop the No Kings protest from happening. Here, play this clip.
Be the people who care about the success and future of this country that the people that elected you sent you here to be. We know that the person who attempted the assassination on President Trump's life on Saturday night had attended No Kings rallies. I mean, we are talking about so much more than another incident. How many times are we going to have an assassination attempt? How many times are we going to have another radical left attack? You know the radical left attacks, the violent attacks have increased dramatically in the last few years. And I would just say this has become so much more about another incident or another attack. This is no longer about two teams battling on the field for policy and how to achieve the success for this nation. You now have a team who is purposefully trying to take out a quarterback. It's like Bounty Gate all over again.
Well, there you have it, folks. We'll keep you posted every step of the way. Hit subscribe, and let's get to 7 million subscribers. You may think you're subscribed, but you may not actually be subscribed. Double check. Let's get to 7 million.
Why she talking, Belinda? Hush your mouth. Hush your mouth. Oh my God. Y'all need for y'all to get the likes up. Hit the like button for Auntie Fee. Hit the like button. Please hit the like button for the good old tea. Hit the like button, y'all. Trying to. Why I can't get them? Jimmy Kimmel, you want. Jimmy Kimmel, you get. Where we at? I've been on here almost 3 hours. Okay, I'm gonna get ready to shut it down. They want him to apologize. Say hell to the no. To the no.
Straight to your door.
What?
Fresh, never frozen.
Hell to the no. Ooh. Okay.
Sometimes you wake up in the morning and the First Lady puts out a statement demanding you be fired from your job. We've all been there, right? You've been there, right, Guillermo?
Yeah, sure.
What a day. As you know, they had to cancel the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington on Saturday night after a man with multiple guns and knives crashed
You're welcome.
the party and may have shot a Secret Service officer. Fortunately, the guy was wearing a bulletproof vest and is okay. They're not sure exactly what happened, but they got the guy. He was charged today. No one was hurt, thank goodness. A lot of people were shaken up on a night that is supposed to be lighthearted. The White House Correspondents' Dinner, if you don't know, it used to be an annual event before Trump showed up. But every year they'd have a comedian roast the room. The president, the vice president, members of the press, everybody got roasted. I did it once. I hosted it. It was a lot of fun. But this year, they said, no comedian. We're bringing in a mentalist instead. So on Thursday, 3 days before the event, in order to keep that cherished tradition alive, I did my own version of the Correspondents' Dinner on my show. I put on a tuxedo. We pretended we had an audience of luminaries. We used old footage of the Trumps, of Pete Hegseth, J.D. Vance, Kid Rock, Vanilla Ice, all the members of his cabinet. And we made it seem like they were all together in a room. We had a little roast. Again, this was Thursday, and there was no big reaction to it until this morning when I greeted the day facing yet another Twitter vomit storm. And a call to fire me from our First Lady, Melania Trump, saying I should be fired because of a joke I made, again, 5 nights ago. It was a pretend roast. I said, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at her, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow, which obviously was a joke about their age difference and the look of joy we see on her face every time they're together. It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not, by any stretch of the definition, a call to assassination, and they know that. I've been very vocal for many years speaking out against gun violence in particular, but I understand that the First Lady had a stressful experience
Silver
over the
Eyes.
weekend, and probably
Is this okay?
Is pretty stressful.
I'm gonna try to do it this way. Is that all right?
Hateful and violent rhetoric is something we should
Now, do you
reject.
want all of it, or
And
you
I
just
think
want
a great
that part?
place to start to
What
dial
do you
that
want me to
would
play?
be to have
All
a
of it?
conversation with your husband about it, because by the way, I also should point out, Donald Trump is allowed to say whatever he wants to say, as are you, and as am I, as are all of us, because under the First Amendment, we have, as Americans, a right to free speech. But with that said,
Cause it was funny. He made them look bad. He told the truth.
and everyone in that room on Saturday
She do look like she ready for him to go on and
got killed doesn't mean it wasn't traumatic and scary. And we
go
should
whichever
come together
direction he
and be
going.
best. We really should. But if you want us to believe that a joke I made 3 days before this dinner had any effect on anything that happened, well, then maybe someone should look into this psychic lady too.
This speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight.
They wrote the script. She wrote the script.
You know,
she wrote the script.
You know what?
Will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight.
You know what?
Did they ask for her to be removed?
Anything that happened, well, then maybe someone should look into this psychic lady too.
This speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight.
You know what? You know who's going to be furious when she hears that? White House Press
I
Secretary
haven't. It's
Carolyn
just the
Levitt
beginning.
Who will be furious. This is like deja.
No, that's just 3 minutes in.
Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight.
You know what? You know who's going to be furious when she hears that? White House Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt who will be furious. This is like deja vu for me today, with all the news channels talking about this. Brian Stelter of CNN noted, incorrectly I think, that no one from the White House was specifically calling for my head. This is this morning. I guess the First Lady doesn't count. But whatever the case, the president cleared that up pretty quickly.
The administration's calling out Kimmel, trying to pressure ABC, but they're being careful, I think, not to explicitly demand that ABC punish him. despite their rhetoric that sometimes becomes very incendiary from the White House, and yes, is also incendiary from the left, these stress tests have been passed, and we've not seen demands for silencing be followed through by government censorship.
Well, Brian, just as we were speaking, the president actually put out a note demanding that Jimmy Kimmel be fired by ABC.
Well, in that case, forget everything I just said. You know, but I have to say, this really is
Absolutely,
a shame,
Belinda.
because there was a time not so long ago, back in 2010, when, believe it or not, we sent our man Yahya to a Samsung promotional event in New York, where we learned that Donald Trump was a very big fan of mine.
Hi, Mr. Trump. How are you, sir? What are you doing here?
Well, I'm here to support Samsung and their 3D plasma television.
Do you want
But I'm also here to support Jimmy. I love Jimmy.
Okay, you want to come?
Oh, he forgot he loved Jimmy.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. Nice to meet you. You want to be in my show?
Well, you know what? I happen to love Jimmy. Let's do it.
Okay.
Come on.
Well, no. Sadly, his love for me went the way of the Samsung 3D plasma television. Anyway, what happened on Saturday at an event supporting the First Amendment, by the way, it was so crazy to watch. After the gunman was captured, there were so many well-known people in a room together, and there were cameras on everyone at all times. All the journalists, everybody grabbed their phones, immediately went into reporter mode. It was like a reverse Clark Kent. Like he goes, but the dinner was filmed by more different iPhones from more different angles than the Torah portion of a bar mitzvah. This is video of the Secret Service moving Stephen Miller and his wife out of the room, followed by RFK Jr. getting whisked away while his wife, Cheryl Hines, is in the proverbial dust.
Left his wife.
That's right. He cut out of there like he saw a raccoon penis on the side of the road. But not everyone was in panic mode. While most of the attendees were taking cover, one guy who turns out to be Wolf Blitzer's agent, watch him in the bottom left corner of your screen.
And the journalists all in the house seated very quietly watching this.
And remember who is in the room. Secretary Pete Hegseth is in that room. You've got Scott Bessent in that room.
Where was the
You
man
have
that was
Tulsi
still
Gabbard
eating?
in that room. You, of course, have J.D. Vance in that room, naturally the President of the United States. And as John mentioned, the White House Correspondents' dinner is where we are presently broadcasting.
He's still
from.
eating, baby.
I'll have a little bit of salad. That, by the way, that would be a great commercial for Hidden Valley Ranch. Get that agent an agent. And while salad was being scarfed, this woman was, I don't know, stocking up for the hotel room. I don't know.
Y'all saw this early.
I think Kash Patel just found a new assistant. Speaking of Kash Patel, you know, Kash Patel's the head of the FBI, but somehow he wound up outside afterwards, I don't know, calling his Uber driver, trying to get his mom to come pick him up. He seemed kind of lost. A lot of people were just lost. They didn't know what to do. For a while there, it was unclear as to whether the dinner would be canceled or not. People were just waiting around. Then finally, the president of the White House Correspondents Association took the stage to say, yes, the dinner is canceled and get to work.
The president will be having a press briefing at the White House in 30 minutes. That is not a joke.
That's correct. The only thing that aren't jokes anymore are jokes, okay?
Oh, wow.
The dinner is canceled and get to work.
The president will be having a press briefing at the White House in 30 minutes. That is not a joke.
Well, why are you laughing?
The only thing that aren't jokes anymore are jokes, okay? It was very strange seeing all the news people who were at the event then reporting on the story in their tuxedos and ball gowns. It's like if a basketball player wore his jersey and shorts to dinner after the game. The president, one thing about Donald Trump, there's nothing he can't turn into a real estate opportunity. He immediately turned this into an argument in favor of his ballroom. He wrote, "This event would never have happened with the militarily top secret ballroom currently under construction at the White House." Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I'm afraid that top secret ballroom is no longer top secret. If it was, he'd be storing it in the shower at Mar-a-Lago. And I have to admit something. I don't believe for 1 second that the reason he decided to build this ballroom is for security. But this was a pretty good argument for building. I might be pro ballroom now, weirdly, after this. That way, if anything terrible ever happens, at least they can dance. Less than 24 hours after calling on Americans to resolve our differences and praising the warmth he shared with the press on Saturday night, Trump sat for an interview / future $80 billion lawsuit with Nora O'Donnell of 60 Minutes, where he was asked about this manifesto his would-be attacker wrote.
He also wrote this: I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people. Horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Oh,
do
you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me.
General rule of thumb, you know an interview isn't going great when you have to say, I'm not a rapist and I'm not a pedophile.
You should be ashamed of yourself reading that, because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
oh, yes, you are.
Excuse me.
Oh, he hot.
You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes.
Only thing about this is he knew what was on there. He knew it. So did he expect for her not to ask it? Or you should have not sat down if you know that was on the notes from the alleged partner friend from the IDF.
General rule of thumb, you know an interview isn't going great when you have to say, I'm not a rapist and I'm not a pedophile.
You should be ashamed of yourself reading that, because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President, these are the...
She didn't put a name on it. He could have been talking about J.D. Vance. How you know it's you?
General rule of thumb, you know an interview isn't going great when you have to say, I'm not a rapist and I'm not a pedophile.
You should be ashamed of yourself reading that, because I'm
Oh, that's why they want
Kimmel
out here.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote in
You're
the...
disgraceful.
I guess the honeymoon with the press didn't last. It was fun for 11 hours, but today the President and First Lady welcomed King Charles and Queen Camilla, who arrived at the White House for what is scheduled to be a 4-day visit to the United States. Despite the obvious security concerns, the King decided to go ahead with the trip. He said he'd be damned if he lets anything stand in the way of him finally getting his hands on one of those Doritos Locos Tacos from Taco Bell. And we're very hospitable. We wanted to make sure the King's visit was fun, so we went out onto Hollywood Boulevard to get opinions from folks on the street about some things Charles did while he was here, even though he hadn't arrived yet, and we made all the things up for a special King Charles edition of Live Witness News.
We've seen the clips. King Charles is in America right now.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff. Oh, that he's here on something about on Instagram that his wife is what's it called? She's like some celebrity or something, and he's coming over here to Hollywood.
She's a Kardashian.
Yeah.
What did you think of the viral clip of King Charles cutting the line at Disneyland over the weekend?
I think he needs to get to the back of the line. Everyone needs to wait in line at Disneyland. It doesn't matter who you are. It is not your right to cut the line at Disneyland, King Charles. There's only one king at Disneyland, and that is Mickey Mouse.
Well, what did you think when King Charles gave Donald Trump the first ever Buckingham Peace Prize?
Well, that was bullshit.
And when you saw the clip, was there something you said to the TV?
Yeah, like what the I mean, how the is this possible? This corrupt ass he's just an orange clown. I have the right to say it no matter who is offended. I'm not trying to offend you, I'm giving you my opinion.
What did you think of the pictures of King Charles on Venice Beach shirtless? Did you think the king would have so many back tattoos?
When I think of King Charles with the tattoos, I never thought he would even have a tattoo. I don't even have a tattoo myself.
Here's one with meaning. It's Calvin peeing on the 13 original colonies. Is that cool for a king to have?
No, that definitely is not cool to have that tattoo, especially a king of England.
Yeah.
It's, it's very immature. The king of England is he's just like a pimple waiting to be popped.
Your opinions are so strong, I want to crown you the king of Hollywood Boulevard.
My lord, well, hold on a minute. You don't do the king, make sure the king is good.
What would you, as king of Hollywood, like to say to the king of England?
Get the
out this country. Go home. Learn you some mother manners. When you come into my house, you take your shoes off at my show. I'm not these monkeys that you around with. I'm that gorilla that will snatch the life and put common sense in your head.
Thank you, Your Highness. All right, we got a good show tonight from Pod Save America. John Lovett is here. I will be right back with Anthony Anderson.
Oh, they didn't. Did you hear what he said about Melania? I don't think. But I've been doing other stuff.
Show me your book.
Did they say it? Wonder if King Charles crying. Crying for what? He came to say what he Trump crying. He came and said what he intended to say. He tried to say it over there, but then it fell on deaf ears.
Aired Thursday before the horrific turn of events that unfolded Saturday night at the dinner. He called her, get this, an expectant widow, as if to say her husband had been murdered and left behind. He thought it was funny. The First Lady posted this: Kimmel's hateful and violent rhetoric is intended to divide our country. His monologue about my family isn't comedy. His words are corrosive and deepens the political sickness within America. People like Kimmel shouldn't have the opportunity to enter our homes each evening to spread hate. A coward, Kimmel hides behind ABC because he knows the network will keep running to cover to protect him. Enough is enough. It is time for ABC to take a stand. How many times will ABC's leadership enable Kimmel's atrocious behavior at the expense of our community? We reached out to ABC for comment. They did not immediately reply. Well, I mean, when you're constantly suspending and paying for words that weren't true and getting sued and all that, they don't have the time, apparently.
I am so deeply appreciative for the First Lady using her platform to take this stand and say enough is enough. And we've heard from her now a few times recently where she has absolutely drawn the line and called out these institutions and the epidemic of accusations and falsities and downright unacceptable language and concepts that are being floated and amplified by these storied institutions like ABC. She is right to call out leadership. We always talk about this. Whatever we see, whatever heinous viewpoint we see on TV or in the news, on the newspaper, podcasts, etc., there's a platform behind it that is enjoying the advertising dollars that they get from the clicks on it. So that's why Hassan Piker's atrocious interview, Social Murder. Where was New York Times for that? You didn't publish Senator Tom Cotton's op-ed, but you had no problem publishing Hassan Piker's. So here we have the First Lady saying, ABC, why is this okay? There's always going to be someone that is trash. I note, however, that he enjoyed a Peabody Award this year. So we are seeing this ecosystem, the permissive ecosystem within that journalism is also rewarding these people's behavior. So he can put the award on his wall, but I hope he also puts an admonishment and his termination letter, which should follow.
So that is the point. It isn't that we've got an ecosystem of social media or other comedians. You're talking journalism is pushing this forward.
Well, I'm not sure.
New York Times with Piker, so many examples of that.
Jimmy Kimmel does not seem to be able to learn his lesson. He was suspended for a week, September of 2025, because of those comments he made about the murder of Charlie Kirk. Here we go again with more inappropriate comments from Jimmy Kimmel. And, I remember at the time, FCC Chair Brendan Carr came out and he said, this is disgusting. He was one of the leads and said that ABC needs to make a decision about Jimmy Kimmel and maybe fire him. And at the time, he said that these remarks about Charlie Kirk, truly sick. He threatened regulatory action against ABC and Jimmy Kimmel. We're right back at it again in April. I mean, that just really surprises me. It's a bad business move as the business person sitting here by ABC to let this continue.
It's so excellent. You and I were talking off camera, so our team at Outnumbered looked this up. His numbers are actually up. Yeah. That means it sells against, Colbert and Fallon. And I don't watch enough nighttime news to know if they're even competitive with each other or with the audience. It's 1.8 million a night, which is far less than most of the daytime programming on Fox. But, it's interesting. They have seen a sharp downturn in previous years leading into this one, but his numbers are up. So the landscape is falling down. Greg Gutfield's better than everybody. His numbers almost double that. But it is interesting. There are people out there who like calling First Lady An unexpected, I mean,
well, and to Cheryl's point, I do actually think that Jimmy Kimmel learned a lesson from that entire saga, and it's that he could get away with it.
Yes.
Because not only was he re-platformed by ABC, even after many of the local affiliates threatened to drop him entirely from their channels, but you had the entire liberal establishment rally around him and claim that him being suspended for a week was an attack on free speech. That was the end of the world for liberal journalists everywhere when he took a nice paid week off. And remember that there was actually a shooter at a local ABC affiliate last summer that was around the time that Jimmy Kimmel was taken off the air. So, I mean, his rhetoric is actually leading to violence, and I'm glad that Melania Trump is really stepping into her role here and clearly calling this out, because can you imagine if he had made that kind of joke about Jill Biden? And you can say that he actually meant that it was a joke about President Trump's age. But okay, let's put that within the context of the Bidens.
Shut your mouth.
Can you imagine if someone had made that joke about Jill Biden at that point? Because the reaction would be very different on the left side of the aisle.
Do you think this is about his age? Look, Paul Morrow, who we know often sits in on Outnumbered, said that when you say someone is an expected widow, he said that delivers this meaning. It invokes widowhood, death, assassination. I mean, I don't know how you cover for that. It's pretty blatant.
I'll just say quickly this. The numbers may be up, Harris, but find me an expectant mother that when Kimmel says that she has the glow of an expectant widow, just a few days before she actually almost lost her life or became exactly that, I don't think there's a difference between roasting someone, tough comedy, and comedians just saying things that make everybody uncomfortable.
You make a good point, though, that he did make these comments before the events of Saturday night, so good clarification.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Jimmy, I am the host of the show. Thank you for watching. Thank you for joining us here in Los Angeles on a big night for football, of all things, in April. A special welcome to those of you who tuned in earlier for the NFL draft on ABC. That's a special night of the year when football fans find out which young men they'll be yelling the F word at all next season. Tonight, 16 of our nation's most talented prospects gathered in Pittsburgh, each hoping and praying that their name would not be called by the Jets. And speaking of Jets, President Trump is said to be hashing out a deal that would give the U.S. government up to a 90% ownership stake in Spirit Airlines. And who better to own Spirit than the man who ran his own airline into the ground? They're planning to invest $500 million. What is Spirit going to do with 500 men? They have one Economy Plus seat, and it's in the pilot's lap. But Donald Trump needs a miracle. His poll numbers are way down, and I, for one, cannot think of a better way to get Americans to rally around him than spending $500 million of our dollars to save the least popular airline in the history of the planet Earth. Are we really going to throw a life raft to an airline that doesn't even have a life raft? You know, I flew Spirit recently, and they wouldn't let us off the plane until everyone Venmo'd the pilot for gas money.
Want to see the best deodorant in the world? This is Lumi, a deodorant that's one of a kind. Most deodorants just mask body odor with fragrance, which means
We have a major development in the Trump-Epstein files. You know how Melania gave that impromptu press conference a couple of weeks ago saying she had nothing to do with Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell? Well, it turns out, at least according to the Daily Beast, that a week after that, Maxwell, who is currently seeking a pardon from Trump, sent a mysterious USB drive to the Department of Justice. The drive was received by Trump appointee Jay Clayton, seen here during hour 3 of watching the president eat McRibs. And since it was received, we've heard nothing about it. You remember how interested Republicans were? How much they wanted to get their hands on Hunter Biden's laptop. That is exactly how uninterested they are in seeing this USB drive. Politico's reporting that Republicans on the House Oversight Committee are split on whether Trump should grant Ghislaine Maxwell a pardon in return for her testimony. Democrats are not split on that. They do not want that to happen. But I think we can see how this is going to go. The Republicans will request the pardon. Trump will reluctantly grant the pardon. Well, they wanted it. You know me. I don't get involved. Maxwell tells them exactly what she and Trump's head of the DOJ, Todd Blanche, agreed she'd tell them when he moved her from a real prison to a senior living facility. She exonerates Trump, goes free, and we just sit there and watch it happen. And all the horrible people live happily ever after. If only there were some other way to find out what happened besides pardoning Epstein's primary accomplice. Some set of files, for instance, that could be released or something, or unredacted. Melania made an appearance at the First Lady's Luncheon today. This is an annual event held at the Washington Hilton where the First Lady gives a speech and sometimes gets a gift.
Mrs. Trump, it is a true honor to have you with us today. We are delighted to present a special gift, and it's on the other side, and if you can see it, it's a painting. We're going to unveil it. There we go.
It's so realistic. It's almost like you're on the plane with them. Melania will also be joining her husband back at the...
It's a true honor to have you with us today. We are delighted to present a special gift, and it's on the other side, and if you can see it, it's a painting. We're going to unveil it. There we go.
It's so realistic. It's almost like you're on the plane with them. Melania will also be joining her husband back at the Hilton on Saturday for the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Now, this is usually a fun, lighthearted event, but there's a report that said Trump is planning to use his time on stage to launch an attack on the media outlets he doesn't like. So it will be a rare opportunity to see the president express his displeasure with the press. But Trump promised that this is going to be the greatest, hottest, and most spectacular dinner of any kind ever. The only thing hotter than this dinner are his diapers on the golf course. And the president isn't the only guest of honor. This is a charity event, but it also is an awards dinner for journalists. And this is funny. The Wall Street Journal is getting an award for publishing that erotic birthday card they say Trump sent Jeffrey Epstein for his 50th, which is a real conundrum for the president because according to the Journal, technically he wrote that card, which means that award should partly go to him. You know, it's the one time he actually deserves to win something. And he's going home empty-handed. But the Daily Beast, they said his plan is to lambast the media and leave, a mic drop moment, which I think would be disappointing. This is the first time Trump is even going to the Correspondents' Dinner as president, but he doesn't have to worry about being made fun of because the event isn't being hosted by a comedian this year. They hired a mentalist named Oz, who, by the way, will be on our show Monday, to provide the entertainment instead, which breaks with many years of tradition. At the Correspondents' Dinner, typically someone funny shows up and roasts the luminaries and the president and everyone, but our president is a delicate snowflake with the thinnest fat skin of any human being ever, and that means there's going to be no comedian this year. So I thought, why not take a page from the Kid Rock alternative halftime show and do some of the jokes a comedian might do if our president wasn't a trembling drama queen who's scared of comedy. So give me an intro, Lou, and make it a big one, will you?
Live from the Trump Kimmel Center in Washington, D.C., it's the All-American White House Correspondents' Dinner. Here's your host for the night, Jimmy Kimmel.
Here we go.
Welcome to the 2026 White House Correspondents' Dinner. Look at you all dressed up in formal wear, dresses, tuxedos. I haven't seen this much black since every page of the Trump Epstein files. We're going to have fun tonight. And I'm happy you decided to stay, Mr. President. And don't worry, if we bruise your ego, it'll only make your hands look less disgusting. Now, the president didn't want me to tell any jokes about him tonight, but he also didn't want to pay me $130,000 to shut up. So here we are. Sorry, mushroom. Ice, baby, ice. By the way, in the unfortunate event that our president has a medical emergency tonight, do we have a doctor in the house?
Is there a doctor in the house tonight? Stand up.
I always confuse them too.
Oh.
I get why you think you're Jesus. This guy, every time
I'm
he
late.
walks into a room, people
I'm
say,
trying to find
Christ,
something
he's
to
back.
eat.
You're looking good, though, Mr. President.
Ooh.
Who did your makeup? Kraft Singles?
Ooh.
As the president will tell you repeatedly.
Oh,
You're
wow.
looking good, though, Mr. President. Who did your makeup? Kraft Singles? As the president will tell you repeatedly until you beg him to stop, President Trump has accomplished so much during his second term. He passed new incentives for oil and gas. He put the brakes on solar and wind. That will be your legacy, sir. Breaking wind and passing gas. I do have to ask, though, why do you hate windmills so much? Is it because they can still get turned on by being blown? Marco knows what I'm talking about. He's been there. But I do want to praise the POTUS. Look how far you've come. 30 years ago, you were just some rich guy on Jeffrey Epstein's private jet out of Teterboro, but you worked hard, you stayed friends, you shared some wonderful secrets, and because of that, you were able to fly on that plane 7 more times. Dreams really do come true. Am I right, Dog the Bounty Hunter? That's right. We miss you so much. And of course, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow. You know, Melania's birthday is on Sunday. That's right. She's planning to celebrate at home the same way she always does, looking out a window and whispering, "What have I done?" As you're all aware, Melania is a movie star now. Her documentary had a score of 10% on Rotten Tomatoes, which is a website named after her husband's testicles. And I want to congratulate you, Madam First Lady, on your huge accomplishment, the world's first motionless picture. And that, oh, by the way, before we go any further, Melania, this is Donald. Donald, this is, before we go any further, Melania, this is, oh, by the way, before we go any further, Melania, this is Donald. Donald, this is Melania. That was my impression of Jeffrey Epstein. Pretty good, right? I do have an important announcement, and I'm sorry to say it's bad news. J.D. Vance is here. It's hard to get J.D. to come to an event like this. He's a real homebody. His wife had to peel him off the couch. And that reminds me, please do not get up from your seats during the performance because the vice president will them. What a group of patriots. Oh, look at who we have here, Stephen Miller. Which one of you said his name 3 times? Stephen Miller is so racist. The reason he went bald is because his hair was black. Stephen Miller puts the cyst in white supremacist. He's like if baby Hitler traveled in time to kill us. Oh, hey, Mel. What's happening? Congrats on getting all your guns back, sugar tits. So many stars are here tonight. Mel Gibson, Rob Schneider is here. Kanye is with us. Roseanne is here. The whole cast of Who Used to Be a Millionaire is here. And if anyone starts any trouble, fear not, because FBI Director Kash Patel is standing by. Waitress,
it is hilarious.
Kash a vodka soda and a booster seat, please. You know, Trump announced that he wants to reopen Alcatraz, and Kash was like, "You had me at Alca." I'm not saying Kash Patel has a problem, but his designated driver is Pete Hegseth. Pete, the accelerator's the one on the right, and the brake is up. Oh, you know it. Okay. Pete's hair has more oil in it right now than the Strait of Hormuz. And don't worry about the Strait. Pete has a plan. I know that for a fact. His wife accidentally butt-texted the plans to me. There you go. Later on, Pete's going to read us a Bible passage from Pulp Fiction, so stick around. But Pete's working hard to keep our country safe, and RFK Jr. is working out to make us healthy again. Bobby Kennedy, this is a crazy story. So years ago, he wrote in his diary that he pulled his car over to the side of the road to carve the penis out of a raccoon. His whole family was in the car, and his son asked him, "Dad, why did you do that? Why did you chop the penis off a dead animal?" And he looked at his son and he said, "Because I'm a psychopath." Now get out of this car and go get measles.
Looks clowny. It goes on clowny. Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna put it on like they do on the videos.
I mean, he clowned them all.
Hey, speaking of psychopath sons, how about a round of applause for Eric and Don Jr. who are here tonight? Hey guys, what's up? If there's time, maybe I can introduce you to your father later on, huh? So Don Jr. and his fiance just had their bridal shower at Mar-a-Lago, and the rumor is that their wedding might happen at the White House, which, wouldn't that be amazing? We could see a Donald Trump get married and a Donald Trump get divorced in the same building. The wedding will be just like Don Jr.'s veneers, big and white. I don't know what you're laughing about. When Eric was born, he was so ugly, his father asked Pam Bondi to redact his name from the birth certificate. Eric, I'm so sorry you were able to make it tonight,
I
but
see
you
why
look
they
great.
hot.
You look like an elbow with a face on it. Tickets to this event were very difficult to get. Not everyone was invited. Kristi Noem isn't here, but actually her husband is. And where is her husband? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene. But I get why Kristi stayed home. If my husband had tits like that, I wouldn't leave the house either. All right, I'm almost out of time. Brendan Carr's giving me the light. Brendan Carr is the head of the FCC. Back in September, he tried to get my affiliates to throw me off the air. He said we could do this the easy way or the hard way. Same thing he said to Lindsey Graham 10 minutes ago in the all-gender restroom. By the way, where is Lindsey Graham? I know he's here. I saw his Little Mermaid bubble wand in the coat check. Can someone please ping Lindsey on Grindr? Oh, there you are, you sexy little warmonger. What a night. You guys have been so great.
Hey,
And in all
he went
seriousness,
in,
I
baby.
do want to thank the president.
Y'all please
We
hit the
are
like
hottest
button.
country in the world right now, and that's all because of you, sir. You truly are the goat and a monkey and a pig. You made America great again, and you've made comedy great again, and that is why I'm very proud to announce the winner of the inaugural Burger King of Comedy Gold Award goes to none other than our president, Donald J. Leno Trump. Congratulations, sir, and thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ooh, ain't none of them smiling.
Thank you, Officer.
Oh, this is old, because he dead.
We got a great show tonight with two great Americans. Tracy Morgan is with us, and we'll be right back with Ray Romano.
I guess he did. They be faking stuff like that too, child. I don't know nothing about these Hollywood-os.
Eating carnivore or keto isn't
Okay, so before I go, because I got a live set up on my other page tonight, do I need to put the link in here? Maybe I need to put the link in here. What time? Wow, now that's a roast. Toasted they asses, baby. They mad. Yeah, he need to be fired. As much shit as you say about people, sit your ass down before I make change with you. Ain't that what they say? I don't know. Woo, hit the like button, y'all. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Sit your 5 cents ass down before I make change. You and your whole cabinet. Your fake wife and your fake cabinet. Don't none of y'all know what the hell y'all doing. All y'all stealing, conniving. All of y'all been groomed to be thieves and PDFers. Yeah. Yeah. And you waiting for him to die off. You tired of smelling that shit. And now he rubbing on your butt like y'all, like we family. Oh, boy. Your hand, you ain't washed your hands. Your ass is funky and your fingers are too. You better not touch me. I don't like you like that. Get your hands off me. Don't be faking and shaking in front of the king like we are really like. Don't make me tell the king take me with you. Woo, baby. Huh? Don't make me ask Justice Department. I heard that they done already knocked that down. Okay, so what was I done got lost in the sauce, y'all. Oh, over here laughing at these people. Oh, yeah, let's get to the president. I was trying to see how long I have been here before I get ready to go. Let's hear what the president got to say. Oh, Lord, today. Everybody laughing at you in your face.
I hesitate to ask.
Woo, baby.
As you know,
The king say, all y'all need to stand account so that the victims can get their justice. You should have kept your hands pickled, all of that shit to yourself. I don't want to uck with you and smell you either. The hell is going on with you, you nasty piece of shit? Literally. Alleged. There ain't no allegedly. You stink. You smell like a lump of. President, what did you say? Oh, he said game over. What? Game over.
Folks, let me tell you something.
When did you do this one?
When a British monarch gets on a plane and flies across the Atlantic to sit down with an American president, and it's the first time that's happened in nearly 20 years, you ought to pay attention.
Oh, you better wake up.
Folks,
what's that song? You gotta wake up and pay attention. Feel like a Friday around here. Did you hit the like button, J-Dog? Yeah, it feel like Friday because it's funny as hell. Y'all better think naturally knowledge, baby, because I was not coming. But she didn't just take me. But what about this? And what about that? Auntie Feet, what about this? What about that? We gotta make a way out of no way. You always talking about you gotta have faith. Auntie Fee, I need for you to go into your bag of knowledge and the Bible too. We need for you to do what only you can do. But now we need it for you to do it for you. Baby, I'm gonna have to block naturally knowledge for coming back. Look at you. Yes. Baby, I know what you were saying. Yes, indeed, Haunty. Yes, indeed. I'm telling y'all better thank her. Baby, I was ready to sign off. Let's go. Come on, President.
And flies across the Atlantic to sit down with an American president. You know, folks, let me tell you something. When a British monarch gets on a plane and flies across the Atlantic to sit down with an American president, and it's the first time that's happened in nearly 20 years, you ought to pay attention. Because that's not a social call. That's not afternoon tea for the fun of it. That is a signal. And the question you got to ask yourself is a signal of what exactly? Now, I've been in that White House. I've sat across from world leaders when the cameras were off and the real conversation started. And I can tell you, when the pomp gets this big, it's usually because the problems underneath are even bigger. King Charles III just landed in Washington this week for a 4-day state visit. And most people looked at the pictures, the handshakes on the South Portico, the garden party at the British Embassy, the tea in the green room. And they thought, well, isn't that lovely? But here's the honest truth. This visit is not happening because things are going well between the United States and the United Kingdom. It's happening precisely because things are going badly. And that distinction matters. It matters for our alliances, it matters for our standing in the world, and it matters for the kind of democracy we're trying to be. Now, there are layers to this story. The Iran war, the trade threats, a royal scandal that won't go away. And we'll come back to all of that in a moment. But I want you to sit with that thought first. Because when nations send kings to do what prime ministers can't, that tells you something about the state of democratic diplomacy. And it should concern every single one of us. Now look, to understand why this visit matters, you've got to understand what's been happening between the United States and Britain over the past several months. And it's not pretty. The so-called special relationship, the one forged in the fires of 2 world wars, the one that held the free world together during the Cold War, that relationship is under more strain right now than at any point I can remember in my lifetime. And I lived through some rough patches. Here's what happened. When the United States and Israel launched strikes against Iran back in February, President Trump expected Britain to fall in line. He wanted access to British military bases. He wanted Prime Minister Starmer to commit forces. And Starmer, to his credit or his caution, depending on where you sit, said no. He said the UK would not be dragged into that war. He allowed limited defensive use of British bases, but he drew a line. And Trump did not take that well. He said publicly that Starmer was no Winston Churchill. He threatened to revisit the trade deal they'd signed just months earlier. There were Pentagon emails floating around about punishing the UK, even reconsidering America's position on the Falkland Islands, which Britain has held for decades. He called NATO allies cowards. He threatened new tariffs over a digital services tax. Now, I worked with the British closely during my presidency. We didn't agree on everything. That's not how alliances work. But we never let disagreements become threats. We never weaponized the relationship. What's happening now is something different. And that's the landscape King Charles walked into when his plane touched down at Joint Base Andrews. Not a celebration, a rescue mission. So let me walk you through what this visit actually involves, because the details matter. King Charles and Queen Camilla arrived on April 27th for a 4-day state visit, Washington, New York, and Virginia. The official framing is the semi-quincentennial, America's 250th anniversary of independence. And that's a fine thing to celebrate. But the itinerary tells a deeper story. Day 1, private tea with President Trump and the First Lady at the White House, followed by a garden party at the British ambassador's residence with about 600 guests. Day 2, and this is where things get complicated. Charles is scheduled to address a joint meeting of Congress. Now, the last British monarch to do that was his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, back in 1991. That's not a small thing. A foreign head of state speaking to both chambers of Congress carries enormous symbolic weight. There's also a state banquet at the White House, a bilateral meeting between Charles and Trump, and separate meetings between Queen Camilla and the First Lady. Then they head to New York to visit the September 11th Memorial and a community project in Harlem. In Virginia, they'll visit a national park and attend cultural events. Now, here's what you need to keep in mind. This visit was planned amid real security concerns. Just 2 days before the king arrived, there was an attempted shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on April 25th. Security arrangements had to be completely reassessed. The palace confirmed the visit would proceed, but let me tell you, when you're recalibrating security protocols 48 hours before a head of state arrives, that's not business as usual. And there's another absence worth noting. Prince Harry, who lives in California, will not be meeting his father during this trip. That silence speaks volumes too. Now here's what I want you to think about carefully, because this is really the heart of the matter. Why is it a king, a constitutional monarch, who is supposed to stay above politics, who's been sent to repair a relationship that elected leaders broke? Let me tell you something from experience. When I was president, I had the privilege of working with Queen Elizabeth II. She was extraordinary. She understood that her role wasn't to negotiate treaties or argue policy. It was to embody the continuity of the relationship between our nations. She could walk into a room and remind everyone that the bond between America and Britain was bigger than any one president or any one prime minister. And she did it brilliantly. Now King Charles has those same skills. He spent decades learning the art of diplomatic patience. ITV's royal editor called this the most risky diplomatic trip of Charles's reign. And I think that's right. But here's my concern, and I say this with respect for the king. When your democratic leaders can't sit in a room and work through their disagreements like adults, and you need to deploy a monarch, someone who cannot, by constitutional design, discuss policy, to smooth things over through charm and ceremony, that should worry you. It means the democratic channels have failed. It means Prime Minister Starmer can't pick up the phone and have a productive conversation with President Trump without being publicly humiliated afterward. It means the relationship has become so transactional, so personality-driven, that the only person who can get through to the American president is someone who arrives with a crown and a motorcade. That's not diplomacy. That's theater dressed up as statecraft. And we should be honest about that, even as we hope it works. Now we've got to talk about something uncomfortable. Because if we don't, we're not being honest about what this visit really means. And that's the Jeffrey Epstein shadow hanging over the entire trip. King Charles's brother, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, stripped of his royal titles last October, arrested in February at the Sandringham estate over allegations he shared confidential government information with Epstein, is at the center of an ongoing criminal investigation. And Congressman Ro Khanna, a Democrat from California, publicly asked the king to do something meaningful, to acknowledge Epstein's survivors when he addresses Congress, to call for justice, to call for investigations and prosecutions. The palace's response? They declined to meet with survivors. They said it could interfere with ongoing police inquiries. Now look, I understand legal caution. I've dealt with legal complexities in public life. Believe me, I understand. And I respect the integrity of an ongoing investigation. But here's what I also know. Democratic values demand accountability. You cannot fly across the ocean to celebrate 250 years of American independence, a nation built on the idea that no one is above the law.
Absolutely.
As statecraft.
Please hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform with Cash App, $AUNTEAFEE. I try to bring the tea to you, try to bring the truth to you over all the lies.
Is it a king, a constitutional monarch, who is supposed to stay above politics, Now here's what I want you to think about carefully, because this is really the heart of the matter. Why is it a king, a constitutional monarch, who is supposed to stay above politics, who's been sent to repair a relationship that elected leaders broke? Let me tell you something from experience. When I was president, I had the privilege of working with Queen Elizabeth II. She was extraordinary. She understood that her role wasn't to negotiate treaties or argue policy. It was to embody the continuity of the relationship between our nations. She could walk into a room and remind everyone that the bond between America and Britain was bigger than any one president or any one prime minister. And she did it brilliantly. Now King Charles has those same skills. He spent decades learning the art of diplomatic patience. ITV's royal editor called this the most risky diplomatic trip of Charles's reign. And I think that's right. But here's my concern, and I say this with respect for the king. When your democratic leaders can't sit in a room and work through their disagreements like adults, and you need to deploy a monarch, someone who cannot, by constitutional design, discuss policy, to smooth things over through charm and ceremony, that should worry you. It means the democratic channels have failed. It means Prime Minister Starmer can't pick up the phone and have a productive conversation with President Trump without being publicly humiliated afterward. It means the relationship has become so transactional, so personality-driven, that the only person who can get through to the American president is someone who arrives with a crown and a motorcade. That's not diplomacy. That's theater dressed up as statecraft. And we should be honest about that, even as we hope it works. Now we've got to talk about something uncomfortable, because if we don't, we're not being honest about what this visit really means. And that's the Jeffrey Epstein shadow hanging over the entire trip. King Charles's brother, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, stripped of his royal titles last October, arrested in February at the Sandringham estate over allegations he shared confidential government information with Epstein, is at the center of an ongoing criminal investigation. And Congressman Ro Khanna, a Democrat from California, publicly asked the king to do something meaningful, to acknowledge Epstein's survivors when he addresses Congress, to call for justice, to call for investigations and prosecutions. The palace's response? They declined to meet with survivors. They said it could interfere with ongoing police inquiries. Now look, I understand legal caution. I've dealt with legal complexities in public life. Believe me, I understand. And I respect the integrity of an ongoing investigation. But here's what I also know. Democratic values demand accountability. You cannot fly across the ocean to celebrate 250 years of American independence, a nation built on the idea that no one is above the law, and then sidestep the very accountability that principle demands. Epstein survivors like Rena O are planning to protest outside the White House on the same day the king attends the state banquet. Kana is holding a roundtable with survivors and the family of Virginia Giuffre. These are not distractions from the visit. They are the moral test of the visit. And I say this not to attack King Charles, who has said the law must take its course. I say it because institutions, whether they're monarchies or democracies, earn their legitimacy through transparency, not avoidance. You can't project moral authority while looking the other way. So let's ask the question nobody in Washington likes to ask out loud. Who actually benefits from this visit? And I mean really benefits, not in the ceremonial sense, but in the hard political sense. Well, President Trump gets something he loves, spectacle. He gets a king at the White House. He gets the pomp, the military review, the state banquet. And he gets legitimacy. When a British monarch sits across from you and treats you like a statesman, that projects an image, both domestically and internationally, that you are a serious leader engaging in serious diplomacy. That's valuable, especially when your own defense secretary is facing calls for removal and your Iran policy has isolated you from most of your European allies. Now the United Kingdom gets something too. They get a pressure relief valve. Maybe, the warmth of this visit eases Trump's rhetoric on tariffs, on the Falklands, on the trade deal threats. Maybe Charles's personal rapport with Trump buys Starmer a little breathing room. And King Charles himself gets to project global relevance for the monarchy at a time when it's under enormous domestic pressure. But here's the question I keep coming back to, and it's one I wrestled with in my own presidency. Does any of this produce actual policy outcomes? Does a garden party change Trump's position on the Strait of Hormuz blockade? Does a state dinner make him drop his tariff threats? In my experience, ceremony without substance is just decoration. And the danger, the real danger, is that both sides walk away from this visit claiming success, while the underlying fractures in the alliance remain exactly where they were. That's not diplomacy. That's public relations. And democracies deserve better than that. Now let me tell you what I think happens next, because that's really what matters. This visit will produce beautiful photographs. The congressional address will be dignified. The state banquet will be elegant. And then Monday becomes Tuesday, and Tuesday becomes next week, and the fundamental problems between the United States and Britain will still be sitting right there on the table.
No.
The Iran war is not going to resolve itself because a king gave a speech. The Strait of Hormuz is still under blockade. Oil prices are still surging. Starmer is still refusing to join Trump's military operations, and Trump is still furious about it. The tariff threats haven't been withdrawn. They've been paused at best. And here's what concerns me most. Transactional diplomacy, the kind where relationships depend on personal flattery, rather than shared democratic commitments is inherently unstable. It works exactly as long as the flattery lasts. The moment Trump feels disrespected again, the moment Starmer takes a position he doesn't like, all the goodwill from this visit evaporates. I've seen it happen. I've watched alliances that took decades to build get damaged in a single phone call. Meanwhile, the Epstein protests will generate their own coverage. The survivors' voices will be heard whether the palace wants them to be or not. And if Charles addresses Congress without acknowledging them, as Khanna has urged him to do, that silence will be noted. It will be interpreted. And it will become part of the story of this visit, whether anyone planned for it or not. The question isn't whether this visit will be a success in the moment. It almost certainly will be. The question is whether it changes anything that actually needs changing. And right now, I'm not confident it will. So here's where I want to leave you. And I want you to really think about this. This visit, with all its grandeur, all its complexity, all its unresolved tensions, is not really about King Charles or Donald Trump. It's about something bigger.
What?
It's about whether the democratic alliances that kept the world stable for 80 years can survive when they're reduced to personal relationships between powerful men. Because that's what we're watching. The special relationship between the United States and Great Britain was not built on charm. It was not built on state dinners or royal motorcades. It was built on shared sacrifice. On the beaches of Normandy, in the skies over Berlin, in the quiet rooms where leaders made difficult decisions together because they believed in something larger than themselves. It was built on institutions, on treaties, on the understanding that democracies support each other, not because it's convenient, but because it's right. And what worries me, what keeps me up some nights, if I'm being honest, is that we're drifting away from that. We're replacing institutional commitment with personal transaction. We're replacing shared values with mutual flattery. And when that happens, alliances don't just weaken, they become performative. They look strong from the outside, but they're hollow on the inside. Now, I'm not a pessimist. I've seen America correct course before. I've seen us come back from moments where people said our best days were behind us. But it doesn't happen automatically. It happens because citizens demand it. It happens because people insist that their leaders treat diplomacy as more than a photo opportunity and democracy as more than a slogan. So watch this visit closely. Appreciate the ceremony. Respect the tradition. But ask the harder questions too, because that's what democracy requires of us. And we've got to remember, we've always got to remember, that the strength of a nation is not measured by the spectacles it stages, but by the values it defends when nobody's watching.
Okay,
Now,
yeah.
let me talk to you
Oh,
for
what
a
is
minute,
this one?
because something is happening in Washington right now that
Oh, hold on. This just popped up. Oh, Lord. I don't know this person. Let me see. Yeah, no. That's, oh. I don't know them people. Okay, I'll be back later on my other page. Hold on. Let me add that link. Where'd I get? What's the other? Okay, fee about the facts. Let me get to it. Hold on, y'all. Let me add. Oh, don't want to do that. Fee about the facts. Fee about the facts. Hold on, yeah, I'm trying to get to it. Let me see. Hold on. Here we go. Y'all still here? Oh, here it come. Here it come. I don't know if it's going. I don't know if it's going to allow me for y'all to. Y'all see the link? Do you get monetized over there? No, I don't. But I need to build it back up because I don't want to have to deal with this anymore. So I haven't went live over there in a minute since the last time I was demonetized. And I don't. Yeah, I'd rather go over there and not get the support that I should be getting and build that page, because if the people that's been here all this time, been getting all this tea, don't want to support, then I don't want to fool with them. I'd rather go over there where they not. Don't, you know. You're not going to get anything from me over here. That's just where I'm at with it until I'm back monetized. So that means that, yeah, no, they support was just to get my tea. Okay, so do y'all see the link? I just dropped it. Do y'all see it? Yeah, I'm just not feeling it. There's no way. I mean, everybody who had a membership should be, they could still donate to my Cash App, the memberships that they had, but they're not. The people who were sending super chat, super stickers could still do that on my Cash App, but they're not. So they don't deserve my tea. They don't deserve my tea. And it take people that's been here supporting me to pull me to come on out, because I don't want to give it to them. I did that before. Then I'm not doing that again. So it's fee about the facts. I just had it up. Here's the page. Let me show it to y'all. Yeah, I did that before. You know, YouTube did this last year around the same time. Don't want to pay people, and then they come up with a reason to demonetize. And so, yeah, I did it last year. I'm not doing it this year. Y'all see it? Let me see. This is the page I'm going to be on tonight. I think I got it set. I'm finna give me something to eat. I think I'm going to set it for around like, what time is it? 9:30. Y'all see it? Yeah, nah, it's just too much. Y'all see the page? I got a live set tonight. This right here. Right there. Y'all see it? Feel about the facts. That's where it's gonna be later on tonight. Let me see if it'll allow me to add. Now, why it won't let me add this? Redirect privileges needed. Oh, I don't have redirect on the other page. Okay, I get it now. Hold on. I'm trying to set up the redirect so it'll go. Oh, I don't know where to go and add that redirect. I don't know where to do the redirect. Dang. Yeah, I was trying to do redirect. I don't know where to find it now. Oh man. I don't know how to do the redirect. Okay, yeah, I gotta remember how I did the redirect. I don't have it. Enable base. Don't show. Allow auto dubbing. Google ad account, link account. I don't remember where the redirect is, y'all, where I can set it up. Okay, I'll figure it out. That's where it's at. Y'all can go over there and then I'll add. Dang. I don't know where it's at. Okay, I'll be back later on the other channel. And you can post it on your community wall. Yeah, that's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. All right, I'll see y'all later. Thank you.